Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Let me switch over to game. Hey, how's everyone doing? So, a few things before I jump into Vampyr. One is I switched from like just base OBS to Streamlabs. Just like fancy OBS, more or less. Yeah, it's a lot of the same stuff. I had to change the way like games are captured in Streamlabs. Window capture wasn't working for whatever reason. It would like not even like when I even like selecting Vampyr, it would not pop up. So doing game capture, but because of that, you know, I had to change all the settings and stuff, the filters for like brightness or whatever. So the game looks too dark or anything like that. The colors look washed out or something like that. Please let me know so I can fix it. Yeah, outside of that, just me switching over to Streamlabs, everything should be good. It lets you import all your like data from OBS, so everything else should be the same. It's just the coloring and brightness for the game capture might be different a little bit. Hopefully not by like a crazy amount or anything. So yeah. The main reason I wanted to switch over to Streamlabs is because, well, I do have, like, the alerts for, when people follow and stuff that pop up on screen. You know, for me to see and you guys to see. Sometimes, like, because of how I have, like, the window set up on my other monitor, some of the names were, like, kind of small. It's hard for me to read. And Streamlabs puts like a little feed underneath like the window capture that, you know, very clearly states who it's followed and not, so a bit easier for me to see and read. It's like the only reason I wanted to switch. They do the pop-out chat thing too, like OBS does, but only if I have Streamlabs full screen, which doesn't work on like how my second monitor is set up, because it's my second monitor is like vertical. So it looks really weird to have like things like Streamlabs or OBS full screen because they're long. So yeah, I had to, my workaround for that is just, you know, popping out chat from like actual Twitch. It's like everything should be good. Yeah, it's because, what was it? That thing I'm messing around with that will probably be introduced, after Vampyr, hopefully. Before starting Subnautica, seems to work better with Streamlabs than OBS. I mean, they do the same things, but, like, I don't know, Streamlabs looks nicer. Like, the layout and everything. So, just upgrading a little bit. But yeah, the capture window is different settings than it was in OBS. Because I had to, like, finagle around with it, to get Vampyr to work, to show up. It's like, Streamlabs does not like window capture for games, apparently. It wants you to do game capture only. And I was like, alright then. So, if anything looks like too dark, or like the colors look weird, let me know and I'll try to change it back to what it was. Or close to what it was in OBS. But yeah, okay, what did we do yesterday in this game? We explored a bit of the West End, and then we figured out what a possible source for the epidemic going around. Some actress. Yeah. Giving me crap a lot of fighting, yeah. A lot of fighting, yeah. Well, it's like, I don't know why window capture wasn't working, because it's like, you know, OBS did it, like, just fine. It's like Windows. It's like, what window you want? And it's like, Vampyr, and it's like, got it. Works right away. Streamlabs, it's like, you want to window capture a video game? Fuck you. It's just like, but it makes life easier if I want to, like, switch to a different window for whatever reason. On Extreme. Streamlabs, why? Luckily, you know, just switching from, like, just game capture works. But it's like, if the game crashes, it's like, the stream screen go down? I'll stop, like, ranting about it. It wasn't that big of a deal, it's fine. As long as everything, you know, actually works. That's all that matters. I mean, I can always, like, look it up. Like, Streamlabs is pretty good about, like, their help pages or whatever. It's not that big of a deal if I can't use window capture and I just have to use game capture. The only thing I'm concerned about right now is, because I changed, like, the capture stuff is, like, filter that I had in place over on OBS. Because obviously switching the capture, it didn't get, like, converted over when I moved all my other stuff over, so the game may or may not look darker than it used to. Stuff like that. So things I may have to change. So, like, I try to make it, you know, a little bit brighter for you guys, and then also, like, up the contrast and, like, saturation a little bit. So, you know, the game looks more vibrant, or whatever. But yeah, what am I doing? Okay, we gave everyone medicine last time, too. Wants me to go to the theater to talk to Doris. That's also on our way to Lady Ashbury, who apparently has new dialogue. Made progress in Dark Souls? Nice. Yeah, outside of playing this on stream, I checked out the new, Final Fantasy XIV content last night, and, well, some of it. There's some stuff I can't do yet. But, yeah. Pretty fun.
Whether you need to buy something or not.
They had a new, Hildebrand quest, which was, like,
Good
very
evening, Dr.
interesting
Reed.
to mess around with.
A great night, what?
I may have a look at your goods, Mr. Russell.
Well, you know, sell anything I need. Yeah, Hildebrand's not on the moon anymore. We rescued him from the moon. But now the alien that, like, semi-abducted him, we're helping try to find their friend. It's a very weird, like, turn of events going on with the Hildebrand stuff. The Hildebrand quests are also, they're tied to the new relic weapons, which relic weapons, they're, like, usually for that expansion, the best weapons you can get, like, item level wise or whatever, to use in combat. So it's like you have to do the Hildebrand crest because the relic weapons are Hildebrand weapons. They're being made by his father. Oh, of course. I'm just gonna use this to make it easier. It's like, so yeah, did Hildebrand stop? There's a new beast tribe to do quests for. The Loporrits, which they're like tiny bunny people that live on the moon. And then what was the other new thing that came out that I was doing? I already forgot. I honestly think that was it. They have a new, what are they called? I never remember names. It's like I was just thinking about it and then it's gone. The like Heaven on High Palace of the Dead stuff. Deep Dungeons. That's what they're called. They have a new Deep Dungeon. Which Deep Dungeons, it's like they're different floors, like every floor is like a tiny map you explore and they're like different enemies and like loot and so on and so forth. And then like each floor you progress gets like more difficult. And then certain floors are like bosses you fight. So they had a new Deep Dungeon, but I haven't reached level 50 in Palace of the Dead, which is like I think the first Deep Dungeon introduced in the game. And you have to do that to do the new one. So I'll have to do that sometime. Oh, okay, yeah, these. You're already like level 5, so it just maxed you out right away. So you get 41 stun. Okay. Still ends up being better. 47. Sword. Can I upgrade you fully? I can. $240 damage. Nice. And then... I guess we could have different shotguns for different things, right? Increase damage or projectile stun? No, we'll just do damage. Okay, so now you're at 422, 518. Oh, I don't have any of the stuff to change them. I was gonna probably make one shotgun fire, so damage for beasts and vampires, and the other one chemical for humans. I don't have the stuff for it yet. Okay, and then real quick, anything to level up that's worthwhile. Hmm. I think I'll go better blood spear. And save my points for, like, maybe upgrading it again. Maybe increase blood capacity. There we go. Okay. So you should be sanitized now, Whitechapel. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Then 2 of you are sick, so cold, 2 cold. Medicines I have to make. And then 1 for fatigue. Okay. Too cold, 1 fatigue. There we go. Now, right, I wanted to go to the theater. But before that, real quick, I don't know if you remember or not, but there's a plant in the Pembroke Hospital in your, like, office that needs water. And I remembered this from, like, the last playthrough I did of this game. You can actually get water to use on the plant. It's just, like, in a, like, out-of-place location a little bit. Not many people are sick, yeah. It's super nice that only a few I have to worry about right now. Like 3 people? That's pretty good. Okay, so Blood Spear now takes like a good chunk of your health. Then you undo that because you blow up. Man, there are quite a few of you out here, huh? What? Where? Why? You know, every time I think, you know, I'll be close to being done, something new pops up. Where was it? Is it here?
Fresh water.
Yep.
As long as it's not holy water, I may find some use for it.
There we go. So next time we're at Pembroke Hospital, we can water that plant. Yes, I can get rid of that. Now we just need to go visit Lady Ashbury.
No submitting to lounge.
I locked this, right? Yeah. Does he get a bad ending? That'd be so funny. Oh, Whitechapel. No one's sick here, right? Yeah. It's just hospital in the docks. Okay, yeah. No, I don't have to go that way. Oh, oh, you.
Stop! Vampyr!
Oh, my stamina and my blood. Ooh, new collectible. Nykor's threat. Of all the evil and foul skulls I've ever had to fight, the Icar, may be the worst. Not because of its fighting prowess, even if it remains a powerful and dangerous opponent, not because of its superior wit or cunning plans. Nightcore is quite blunt and straightforward in his actions and objectives. Spread diseases, contagions, and epidemics whenever and wherever it can. And Nightcore is the incarnation of viruses and infections. Where it goes, sicknesses appear and quickly spread. Oh, so like, what's currently happening? the current epidemic we're dealing with? You know? It is like it only walks this earth to generate plagues and epidemics. As if its skin itself diffuses sickness. Icars are clever, sneaky, malevolent, and ferocious, capable of enduring many wounds. To spoil a water tank, a granary, or a banquet, this is the kind of things an Icar would enjoy to do, in order to please its putrid and perverse nature. They are so rare that we do not know anything about them. The Lazy Brotherhood believes that they should not be considered vampires or skulls, but as something else. All I know is this. An Ichor must be destroyed by all means necessary as soon as it is spotted. Okay. Yeah, I guess if Ola does is, like, spread, like, plagues, basically, yeah, I can see why that's an issue. Why you'd, want to get rid of it right away. Alright. I missed something over here. Grab that. Well, okay, we found that note, and then, like, the previous stuff we did yesterday, Doris, who we're going to see, is she an Icor, then? Because it's like, she was having an affair with that one dude. He and his wife became skulls. That one girl was, like, a student at her acting school. She became a skull. Like, the ones that, like, both of them became, you know, the ones that, like, are, like, diseased, you know, they, like, blow up and stuff. They cause me, like, damage over time. So then, like, if she's spreading disease just by being near people, is she an Icor then? Possible, yeah. I guess we'll, like, you know, find out when we, like, confront her, right? Who will win? A level 24 vampire or 3 level 18 hunters? I think we got our answer. Oh. You know, he tried. Lady Ashbury's house is right here. It's like, hello, I have come to visit. I wonder if we could talk to her about, her daughter's friend becoming a vampire and, wanting to turn Charlotte. Because that was sketchy. Oh no, the Blood Night tragedy. Only a few of us remain after the shock of the Great Hunt. I was one of them. I remember how the sudden attack of the enemy caught us all by surprise. Blood was shed during those few nights. Some of us who survived chose to exile. I don't blame them, but I regret their lack of fortitude. For it is courage we need to protect the interests of the Empire. Courage we need to defend the values we stand for. May we all remember that William Marshall himself never lowered his head. My beloved Maker may be long gone now, but his presence is still among us. We keep a few drops of his sacred blood to remind us what we are and what we seek. Honor, purity, and excellence. I had the privilege of speaking with the knight many times, as his progeny and as his friend. He spoke to me of the tear of angels, the holy beverage supposed to appease the inextinguishable hunger we all feel, that he never ceased to search, even without knowing if such artifact exists. I admired his tenacity, and it is this tenacity, this indefectible belief in something bigger than us, that will make us survive any future great hunt launched by our enemies. Ascalon will be rebuilt, always, for it is an ideal. I mean, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, noble intentions, but like done somewhat improperly, more or less.
It's locked, all right.
Yeah, I guess like a vampire holy grail. So angel's tears. Something that makes it like they said quenches the vampire's thirst. So like makes it so you don't have to drink blood anymore, I guess. Like you're never hungry as a vampire. Huh. Personal diary. Oh. Oh, that's long. Okay, let's just skim this. Oh, went with mother. So this is, Charlotte's diary. Not Lady Ashbury's. Okay. Sounds too convenient to exist, yeah. Well, like it said, William never found it. So it probably doesn't exist. So Charlotte's like, if I ever become a vampire, I'm not gonna feed on people who are dying, I'm gonna feed on, basically criminals. Which, you know, okay. That works. Guilting the brutes. Right, was cornered by some men in back alley. If I were a vampire, would not be merciful. She has asked Lady Ashbury to turn her into an immortal, and Lady Ashbury has refused. All I know is that if I ever choose to become an immortal, I will not involve my mother in my choice. This is my life, and I'm responsible for my actions. So she's still not sure if she wants to become a vampire or not, Charlotte. Okay. I assume, yeah, she knows the training process can potentially kill her. Like, Lady Ashbury seems pretty, like, open with, like, discussing vampire stuff with Charlotte. Right. I'm snooping. Anything else? Grab that diary from there. Don't see any other notes. Okay.
Good evening, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm still investigating from inside the Ascalon Club. Can we talk?
Of course, my dear.
Yeah, I saw your painting. What's your painting?
There are many paintings adorning the walls here.
Yes.
We're talking
Did
about the
you
old
paint them?
ones.
No,
Never mind.
my dear. But some of them. I have had a long time to learn from the best. I'm currently working on what could be my greatest masterpiece.
Oh.
What is this masterpiece?
Your portrait, my dear Jonathan.
Oh.
It will be my gift to you, if I ever have time to finish it.
That's so sweet. Oh, just painting a picture of me. She also called it her greatest masterpiece. Like, are we dating at this point?
Have you met any famous painters?
Are you trying to divine my age by cross-checking historical dates, my dear? That's a devious parlor trick.
Well, Elizabeth, I tried my best. Don't I deserve some reward at least?
Well, if you must know, I even posed for the greats. Now that you know it, you may recognize me when visiting museums.
Oh, interesting. Alright.
How is your investigation going?
I have decided to explore beyond the dictates of reason.
What do you mean?
You may on occasion find this house closed when you visit me. If so, it is because I have gone undercover. Sort of.
What do you mean undercover, sort of? How do you partially go undercover?
Who are you going to surveil? I hope you're not considering spying on McCullum or the Guard of Prewan.
No. I intend to ask a few questions in parts of town I rarely venture into. Dirty places where a delicate lady like myself should never be seen.
When will you return?
As soon as possible. And I don't intend to stay away for long.
I have investigated new sources of infection, and I may have found a new type of skull. One suffering from heavy mutations that is extremely contagious.
Scowls come in various forms, you know. They are simply degenerate versions of their makers.
I believe these families are different, and I'm currently pursuing a lead. I know I can find the true source of contagion by finding who created these creatures.
That would be great news. Be very careful, my dear, when dealing with such creatures.
Right.
Goodbye, my dearest.
Goodbye, my beloved.
Oh, great chat. Gotta flirt somewhere. No. Can't talk to her about her, daughter, Charlotte, though. I think that would have, you know, been one of the talking points. There's still a couple people we haven't met yet, but it's probably fine. Oh, right. The, Volcod, right? Yeah, I think that's what Fergal's species of vampire is. God, guys. How do these guys get around town? Because they stand out like so much. Like, where are they living that they don't have to worry about, like, humans? Like, I know, like, places like the Ascalon Club, right? They keep, full coats around, like how they had Fergal for, like, I guess bodyguards, or, like their foot soldiers, more or less. But where do they stay? Well, yeah, we found Fergal in the sewer, but he was like down there killing skulls. It's not like that's where he lived. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is like the mesmerize ability we have. Like, does that work for like tricking humans into thinking you look like them, like look normal? Because like if so, then I guess they could just walk around town and it wouldn't matter. Especially if you're going out like late at night and you probably don't run into that many people. Excuse me. Okay. So we have to get into the acting school, the theater. But from where? You don't see an 8-foot tall behemoth with pitchback skin in front of you, yeah. I'm only a figment. I'm only part of your imagination. It's like you're sleepwalking. Some other, like, BS. Okay. Actually, hold on. What's the search area for this place? Look at this whole side. So maybe...
There's an open window on the second floor. I should be able to get in through that.
Oh, okay. Check this out first.
I cannot enter.
Hey, this is more like a door than a window, but, you know, whatever. Oh, suicide note? Ooh, okay, so Doris was infecting everyone at the school.
Woe to you, nations of hypocrites. For in front of you stands the tall queen.
I'm trying to look. I
You
don't
can but lower
see
your
her.
head, fit only to smirk at her soiled feet.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone on the stage from, like, what little I could see.
Can that be Doris Fletcher's voice? Where does it come from?
Woe
I
to
assume
you,
that's her?
nations of hypocrites. For in front of you stands the tall queen. You can but lower your head, fit only to smirk at her soiled feet.
Hmm. Like, checking everything out. Can't go through, like, any of these doors. Old Doris Fletcher's diary. London, 17th August, 1918. I saw her in the flesh. The witch from my childhood nightmares. The bitch that tortured me for years. I saw her and I shivered. Her voice, her face. I knew she was in the hospital, I knew she was sick, and I wanted to witness her suffering. I may have reinvented myself, become a famous actress, erased those wicked years from my memory. I can't forget I'm her daughter. And I saw her frail body in that small bed, suffering, sick, defeated. I had to hide my tears for she was looking at me. She recognized me. She saw the hate in my eyes, and she smiled. My pale corpse of a mother. And the worst thing was, I felt no satisfaction seeing her in so much pain. The worst was that not to suddenly remember the beatings and the abuses. No. The worst was to recognize the hate I felt in my heart when she looked at me. For it was the same hate I saw in hers. For in the end, I can't escape being her daughter. We are the same, my mother and I. Oh. Okay. Not a healthy, family relationship at all. Jeez. Sounds very angry, yeah. I was just going off, like, what happened to, everyone here. Like, her turning infected everyone. Yeah, she probably is, like, a very
Nations of hypocrites.
angry and, like, vengeful
For in front of you stands
person.
the tall queen. You can
Okay, well, that leads downstairs.
This is despicable.
So is that.
It's locked.
Door is locked. Okay, I'm guessing, I don't know, that door might lead directly to her, like the stage. So, what is down here? Oh, alright, the blood serums. Should probably equip those. like one healing one I have, and then these ones. There we go.
I cannot enter.
Okay, I don't see anything else, so... Guess we just go on the stage now.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, complain a little less, Jonathan. It's not that bad.
Who are you? You who dared enter my realm. Are you here to worship or mock me?
I'm here to put an end to the vampire epidemic, Miss Fletcher.
Ah. But Doris Fletcher is no more. She was consumed by this putrid flesh that now enshrouds her.
You feel anger for what happened to you, but I can help you. I'm a doctor, Miss Fletcher.
Doris Fletcher is no more. All that remains are the dreams of the queen she was, and the queen she'll be. Until then, all shall die, for that was her final wish. I summon
Okay.
thee, my children of the night. Fight, maim, spit, kill!
Oh, fuck. I gotta grab like one of the other ones.
On guard! Your hand is shaking. My children, I smell your fear.
She stands still a lot, so, you know,
Touche.
it works out for me.
Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she whose booty was once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate?
Oh, okay, that's gross. She's like, I don't know. I think of like Resident Evil, the weird ass zombies in the game. Oh, come on. She hits hard.
Come to me, my servants. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
What? What? No! You can't quote movie lines like that! At me? Oh, I've been fucking cornered. This sucks. I gotta get rid of these extra guys.
Rise and save your queen, my slave.
There we go. Ooh, okay.
Wait.
He isn't even out yet.
What?
I don't want to die.
And I did not come to kill you, Miss Fletcher.
Will you spare me then? save this cadaverous carcass of mine. Does your heart beat a little faster now? You fancy me then, Doctor?
No, Miss Fletcher. My dead heart will beat for only one.
Yeah, sorry, I'm taken.
Ah! Is she pretty? Is she sweet and tender?
To me, yes.
Ah! I hate her already.
I know. And this is partly why you must be destroyed.
But you just said.
That I did not come here to kill you, yes. But I realize now the threat you embody must be stopped.
Will I be remembered? Will you?
You were Doris Fletcher. The greatest actress of her generation. No one can take that from you.
Thank you. And farewell.
She just wait.
Farewell, Doris.
I mean, I guess a fitting end for an actress. She went out all dramatic like.
Bravo! So dramatic.
F's in chat for Doris.
McCullum.
How strange I seem to find you whenever I'm inquiring about that Skal infestation.
I mean you no harm.
I'm not here for you. But once I've put all the pieces of the puzzle together, I'm sure we'll have a little chat, you and me.
Stay away from me, McCullum. You and all your war dogs.
That I can't guarantee, Dr. Reed. But I'll let you go. For now.
Oh,
I
well,
should probably leave the theater right now.
but this door.
The West
Oh, it's
End
open.
should be safe now. But London is not. It would be wise to benefit from the Ascalon's protection while I continue my research during the Great Hunt.
Right, yeah. New Doris Fletcher diary. London, 24th October 1918. Soon I'll be on the stage again, for my rehearsals are almost over. My minions are gathered around me, ready to follow my every command. Soon, my audience will return, ready to applaud my art. The young, the gorgeous, my healthy audience. They'll return to their families, their beautiful houses, and happy lives, delighted by my performance. Shocked by my disguise, touched by my grace, my infectious legacy. They'll spread the disease, one by one, and they'll return. And I'll be their beloved queen again. And they'll never forget me. And I shall have my revenge on the dirty trick fate played on me. Yeah. So, definitely very, like, angry at, like, what happened to her. So, to take it out on everyone else. Nice of, McCullum to, like, just let us go, though, too.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now. So Doris just needed to be close to her audience to infect them. Contagion through skin. Very disturbing.
Please, sir. Can't let you through.
Yeah. Characteristic of him, yeah. Well, we don't see the big boss man that often. Like, the only other time we saw him was the hospital. And he was able to chat with Swansea, who their group and the vampire hunters have like very different views than immortals, you know. One wants to be on friendly terms with them for like research, and the other wants them all gone. And it's like, well, he was kind of like hostile towards us at the hospital. He didn't outright try to fight us, so not too bad. I mean, still wants to kill every vampire regardless of like circumstances, but yeah. I'm like missing some people here in the West End. I'm just trying to like figure out where to go to see them. I know one of them, this guy, he's part of the Brotherhood, like Dr. Swansea. He's over by a church somewhere here in West End. I just don't know where the church is. Did we ever go like in this little section over here? I don't remember. I know I've been up here because I got the water for the plant. No. I guess it should be like... Oh. We haven't been over here either because the door's locked. Probably for quests. Dawson's Mansion? It's probably where most of them are, actually, the people I'm missing. The one, like, large part of West End I haven't been able to go to yet. But I'll check over here, just in case there's someone over here, too. I don't think there'd be anyone over where it connects to the docks, because this is all warehouses. There we go. Actually... I don't think there's anything over here. Alright then. See signs of enemies, no NPCs. So yeah. And I'm gonna assume most of them, the ones I'm missing, are over at the Dawson Mansion.
Women's right to vote is only the first step.
Well, back to the Ascalon Club we go. Guess we get to see what other weird assignment they have for me, right?
For as long as I've been a member, I've never seen so few vampires attending the club nights.
I mean, it could be there are fewer vampires, given all the vampire hunters around. That or, you know, they don't want to come to club nights. If there were vampire hunters around, I wouldn't leave my house. Let's be honest. Wait, Lady Ashbury. What are you doing here? I thought women weren't allowed or whatever.
Elizabeth, what are you doing here?
I've been formally asked to witness your triumph, my dear. After all, isn't it the natural role of a woman to support her man in victory?
But it's you who insisted I join the
Right,
Ascalon.
Please
what?
forgive my giddiness. I'm just overcome by the thrill of finally being allowed within these hallowed halls.
You certainly have an inquisitive
I
mind.
feel like she's just being sarcastic about the whole thing.
Elizabeth Ashbury, only you can make me smile in these difficult times.
And the same to you, Jonathan Reed. Now go have your little chat with the chairman. I can see he's practically bursting to hear your report.
Alright. Had a great time to go clubbing, yeah, true.
I think we're safe for now. I pursued and killed the last hunter with my own hands as he tried to escape the club.
Uh-huh, sure you did.
Perhaps we should change some of the club's rules if we survive all of this. We need to soften some of our laws concerning redheads.
Alright. It's a weird way to say let women join.
Lord Redgrave is outside almost every night coordinating our defenses. Such an example.
Oh, I see Dawson's not here. Did he go home?
Welcome back to the Ascalon Club, Lance-Bearer. Please, tell us the good news. Have you put an end to the epidemic?
My hypothesis was correct. Doris Fletcher was the source of the contagion in this part of town. She was probably the first to be infected.
And you cleansed her before the hunters, I've been told. Well done, Dr. Reed. You thrust your lance and pierced the very heart of the corruption.
I'm just a doctor.
I'm just a
I
doctor.
guess.
The important thing is, we won a major
So how
battle
do I
for the
respond to
survival of
these?
London. For that, we salute you.
Thank you, my lord.
Now, I have another task for you. One of the utmost importance. Perhaps even more so than the previous.
I'm listening.
It's time for you to perform a most sacred duty for the club. I want you to recruit a new vampire.
Recruit a new vampire? Are you sending
It's
me on
a
some sort of
diplomatic mission.
diplomatic mission?
Not exactly. I want you to make Aloysius Dawson the Ekon he deserves to be.
Oh. Alright, I guess. Let's go to an ancient place called Starbucks. Yeah, they start treating me like an intern. I need you to go pick up my dry cleaning. I don't know. I don't know. Why do I gotta do it? Why can't you do it? You're the leader of the club. Why do I gotta do it?
I'm the best candidate for such a task.
I can hear the hesitation in your voice, Dr. Reed. I admire a man of principles. But in this matter, there is more at stake than your moral comfort.
It's not a moral question, Lord Redgrave. It's the responsibility of giving immortality to a man I barely know.
Nonsense. Aloysius has been a member of the Ascalon for years.
Okay, but I
This is
haven't.
but the fruition of a long-held plan.
How would you like me to proceed?
Aloysius is waiting for you at the Dawson estate. Once the deed is done, I'll join you there to celebrate this momentous occasion.
I got
Before
questions
go,
first.
I have a few questions.
All right, I'm listening.
Well, we know why Dawson. He's like the richest person in London, probably. He's got all those factories and shit. Including, like, ones making munitions for, like, the war.
Why Aloysius Dawson?
But I still want to know what they
Because he's
say.
about to die. And he just may be the
Okay,
most influential man in England. After me, of course.
Does he know I'm coming?
He can't wait to become your progeny, Dr. Reed. Especially now that you have shown how strong your lineage is through your sister.
Right, yeah, that's the other problem with this. It's like, I was made by an ancient vampire. So he's gonna, like, turning him, he's gonna be powerful, like, right off the bat.
How would you like me to proceed?
Don't worry. Aloysius has had many years to prepare himself. He has studied our kind for decades.
I just give him blood.
So shall I just let
Powerful
him
but
drink my
old,
blood?
true.
Yes.
There's that.
Aloysius
He will be an
gratefully
old-ass
suck
man.
on your blood. His heart will slow, then stop. But he will rise again as one of us, an immortal.
Is there any danger?
Our blood alters a mortal body so deeply that some don't survive the metamorphosis. They die for good. But Mr. Dawson has been preparing himself for a long time.
And that makes... Okay, I wish they would explain that more. Like, preparing himself how? Like, what can you do to make it more likely that you'll survive the transformation into a vampire?
You invited Lady Ashbury. Wouldn't that be breaking one of your cardinal
Can you
rules?
just wake up again?
No women.
Even with the
allowed.
preparation?
Not
he's
allowed
dead.
as members, no. But considering the circumstances, I thought you'd like to have her here to witness your triumph.
So it's a temporary admittance then.
Something of a bargain, considering the crisis we're currently facing.
Okay.
Goodbye, Lord Redgrave.
Yes. Here we go. Turning an old man into a vampire. You got anything to say about
Are
this,
you all
Charlotte?
right, Jonathan?
Lord Redgrave has just ordered me to turn Aloysius Dawson. To make him my progeny.
I see. And how do you feel about this?
Well, I'd like your advice.
I'd like your advice on the matter.
The real question here is, why has his lordship given you this task?
Do you think it's some sort of trap?
Do you really want to know what I think about this?
I do, yes.
To make an immortal of a soulless blackguard like Aloysius Dawson will only lead to a disaster for London. The man is already dead inside.
Should I refuse? Perhaps politely suggest that Lord Redgrave turn the man into a vampire himself.
Don't you dare, my dear. According to what I've recently discovered, his lordship could kill you for even broaching the subject.
Really? Why?
I've recently found proof that the Earl of Bristol is of lesser lineage and only capable of creating skulls.
Oh! So he's not an actual descendant of William Marshall. Oh. I love when, like, Lady Ashbury gives me gossip. So he can't actually turn people into vampires himself, the leader of the Ascalon Club. Interesting. Fun to make Vampire Palpatine, yeah.
Please tell me more about your recent investigation.
As long as you lower your voice.
What would you have me do about Dawson?
The man is dangerous. Did you know he plans to build a wall to separate the healthy rich from the sickly poor? Do not make him your progeny.
What would you do?
The man's dying already. Let the Reaper harvest the rotten fruit that is his soul.
Wow. Lady Ashbury. I also agree. Like, yeah, he is like one of, you know, those sketchy, shitty rich people that only care about themselves, really. And having someone like that be immortal, yeah, probably bad.
Are you sure your information about Redgrave is correct? He says he's the progeny of the great knight William Marshall, who lived some 9 centuries ago.
That's a lie. Lord Redgrave is unable to create anything but skulls, if the poor souls survive at all.
How can you be sure the information was correct?
I made the acquaintance of a most interesting informer while investigating your maker, from whom I learned the truth about Lord Redgrave.
No, he's just been lying that he's someone important.
Why so vindictive? You suddenly sound like you're angry.
Forgive me, Jonathan. I hate myself for it, but I feel such pride in my discovery. I'm afraid I just can't help it.
Which is?
He did serve William Marshall, and yes, the blood he covets as a token does truly belong to that legendary knight. But he was never his progeny. His lineage is not so noble.
What would happen if I made Dawson an Ekon like myself?
You would add a powerful immortal into a suffering world. An immortal who already craves authority.
Maybe I could teach him control, like you taught me. Lead him down the right path.
Mr. Dawson spent his life searching for a way to cheat death. I'm sure he has spent decades dreaming of how he'd spend eternity as a tyrant.
Right, yeah.
Goodbye for now, Elizabeth.
Goodbye, my dear. Please, be careful.
I mean, yeah, just going off of all that, probably follow what Elizabeth says more than, what's his face, the leader of the Ascalon Club. Who technically is weaker than me and would lose in a fight. If it ever comes to that, you know?
It looks like vampires have to obey Mendel's laws when producing progeny. Powers pass from one generation to another. That's why Dawson wants me to sire him.
Women of all countries.
He said before I got there, there's nothing I can do, yeah. Well, you know, outside of death, I mean, if we can mesmerize him, right? That would also work. Just like twist his mind so, I don't know, maybe suddenly he doesn't want to be a vampire anymore. I don't know. You're
said
tough
stay
to them, I
away,
believe me,
sir.
right?
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
You guys don't drop anything? It's a bummer.
There's safer places to be than here.
It's a leech! Burn it, boys! He's dead! Hey, leeches!
Oh?
Kids want some of this?
So I can go through the store now?
It's locked. I should
No!
find another way to get into the neighborhood.
But why? Get the park. Fine. Whoop. Ooh, that hurt. Find passage. To get around the quarantine, right? Probably one of these buildings, yeah?
I think this passage could lead me close to Aloysius Dawson's mansion.
When you say that, and then there's like a vampire standing in the way. But speaking of, I didn't look at this, but we got that, Doris, or her sword she was using in the fight. Long saber often carried by Navy officers. Okay, why does she have this? That's the next question. 140 damage. I mean, that can be my backup, I guess. I'll have to upgrade it to see if it ends up being better than a Dragonbane. A weapon I've had from, like, the start of the game, by the way. Just never switched out. Because it, like, works so well. Also, I'm out of like healing serums, aren't I? I have to be careful. Level 30!
With my hooked.
I have to be careful during this fight because of that.
You're bleeding. Your prey is mine.
Trying to do. Okay, there we go. Oh, they want me to go through the sewers to avoid the barricade. Okay. What horrible things are gonna be down here that I have to deal with? Temple sewers. What? It's Fergal again, yeah. We didn't actually kill him. That'd be interesting.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Locked.
I cannot enter.
From the side. Yeah. There's like a body over there that I can loot. Oh, yeah, you're not Fergal, but, you know, same type of vampire. So, close enough. I love that all the enemies have like normal ass names. Like fucking Leon. Oh fuck! Oh shit! Whoa, ow. He punched me to death. Damn, his fucking shadows hurt. Maybe they keep them in the sewer. Yeah, I guess. He does the same thing a lot of the vampires we hunt do. Or that one we just fought, the, like, essentially shadow clones. Oh, dropped me right off at the entrance, okay.
This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood.
Is that only those two rats? Oh. I mean, they got me, like, a good amount of blood back, but not enough. The only serum I have is, like, stamina regen. Alright, well, we'll see how this goes. He's normal damage for melee and shadow stuff, so.
Show me your power, newborn!
Just gonna like watch my first clones, basically. Okay.
Die, newborn! I will...
Whoa, whoa. This should be good. There we go. Violence of Volcods collectible. Yeah, he hit like real hard. Yeah, okay, we got a new collectible. Right here. Never let the size of a Volcod fool you. These massive bastards can be as quick as any leech, and it can be put down the same way, by puncturing and pinning their rotten carcass to the ground before beheading them. Remember, it's all about preparation and exploiting your target's weaknesses. The problem, of course, is that Volcods have no weaknesses. They are strong, fast, sensible, and deadly. They are killing machines with one simple goal: to put their huge claws around your neck. So, if any of you lads are unlucky enough to ever face a Volcod, just remember this. Dodge and make it mad. Hurt it, taunt it, and make it lose its temper. Volcod's brains lose it when irritated enough. They stop thinking and start blindly attacking. This is your only chance to win. By gaining tactical advantage against the stupid beast. Use it. It didn't drop anything for me though. It's kind of disappointing. Went through like a, boss battle and I don't get anything. Surprisingly useful info, yeah. I mean, they're all notes from the Guard of Prewind and like how to fight vampires, so I hope they'd be useful. Letter. My name is Robert Teasdale. Whoever may find this message, please try to help me. My daughter Louise disappeared a few weeks ago. She was seen for the last time in a bar in the neighborhood. The one where she works is waitress, but another one, the Dancing Trout. Two witnesses saw her leave the place with an elegant and unknown man, maybe a foreigner. There are many rumors of men and women vanishing in the area. This my Louise has been adopted and is kept somewhere nearby. Now the police will not help, for they already have more important things to do. So I've decided to look for my Louise by myself. Find this letter, it means I failed saving her. My Louise is a good girl who does not deserve to die like this. She's a medium-sized, with dark hair and a scar on her right cheek. Please search for her and finish the work for me. God bless you.
Louise's father was determined to find and save her.
Who is Louise? Oh, she's one of the people we haven't even met yet. Lost, right. She's one of the people, NPCs we have to, I guess, rescue, like we did for Kimura. What's their suits? Is there a Volcod tailor? Yeah, good question. Wait, is she down here in the sewer somewhere? Some, like, that way. That's where it's pointing me. Oh shit, there's a lot of you. Damn it. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Switch. Where's that fucking shotgun? Shield. Okay. I'm gonna get blood from you. Ooh, that was all really bad. Jeez. Oh, a bunch of rats. Nice, yes.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Jonathan, complain a little less. Yeah.
I have this thirst for blood.
Never be your wife! Are you from Ascalon?
No.
Let me go, you bastard!
Oh, ow.
How long are you
Fuck, jeez. God damn it. The normal Akan vampires are like the most annoying to fight. Because they do the same shit you do. Like the lunge attacks and everything. No, all my rats. Damn you, game.
Stupid noob! How long are you gonna keep me locked in here? Are you from Ascalon? I don't care! Disgusting asshole! Vampire or not, I'll never be your wife! Let me go, you bastard! This is my turn! How long are you gonna keep me locked in here?
Okay, recent diary. There we go. Gross. Already reading this. Look creepy. So this creepy ass dude vampire came here to find a lady and turn them into his perfect bride, quote unquote. Yeah, just reading this. God, you know what? I'm glad we killed that dude. Like, fuck. Luis, I am so sorry you had to go through this. I'm gonna open this real quick.
Miss Teasdale, are you all right?
How do you know my name? Who are you?
My name is Dr. Reed. I managed to track you down thanks to your father.
So my father really was looking after me. This man, this vampire told me my father was dead. Is it true?
I'm afraid so, miss. I'm so sorry for your loss. But you are free to go, as your abductor is no more.
I suppose my jailer also killed my father, didn't he?
Thankfully, he did not search your father's corpse, where I found his notes describing where he might find you. You should read them.
I must find my father's body. He deserves a proper burial.
Goodbye, Miss Teasdale, and be careful. Until we meet again.
Jeez. Alright then. Just, you know, we managed to save her. Yeah, right, go in his mansion. Before that, yes, unlock all the shortcuts, please. Thank you. And then, the other NPCs we were missing. Here we go. Two of them over here.
Good evening, Miss Price. How are you tonight?
Dr. Reed, I didn't know you had returned from the war. I had a new doctor when you left, but he's not as kind as you.
Always glad to see a former patient in good condition. It's been a long time.
Too long indeed. And as a token of my appreciation, I'll grant you the best price if you fancy buying anything from my humble shop.
Ooh.
May I look at your goods, Miss Price?
What do you sell?
It's a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Reed. Take all the time you need.
Oh, she sells ribbons are needed, usually for the gun upgrades. Very nice. I'll take those. I don't know if anyone's gonna sell it, but there is a merchant. I need to find someone who sells like the, what is it called? Like the white phosphorus and like the other stuff for like the gun upgrades for like fire damage, and then the chemical damage one. I'll have to look at what the ingredients were that I needed. Nice to get those sometime. I think all of these are for making medicine. And then these ones up here are like the weapon upgrade parts.
I hope you can stay a little longer this time.
Good evening, Miss.
You know you...
Right. Okay, let's chat, I guess. About the neighborhood?
Have you noticed anything in particular in this part of town recently?
Other than you coming back to cheer me up? Nothing at all, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about yourself, Miss Price?
I'm still managing my shop. The only difference is, since the quarantine, we're open at night. You, on the contrary, seem to have changed a lot.
Have I?
Really? Have I changed that much? It must have been the war and the night shifts since my return.
Don't get me wrong, Dr. Reed, you're still handsome. Just maybe a little bit wiser. More serious. It suits you well.
Oh, well, thank you.
Tell me more about yourself. No new fiancé? I remember you were hoping to get remarried. I'm sure you must have a few suitors.
Who would marry an old bat like myself with a grown daughter and a little business? As you know, I only fancy handsome men like yourself.
Wow. So high standards.
Does your daughter still worry you, Miss Price? I remember you were often concerned about her health when she was younger.
Have you not seen Carol since you returned? She's almost a young woman now. But she'll always remain my sweet little baby.
So you're less afraid?
Some things never change. Carol is still too clumsy for her own good. Sometimes her innocence puts her in real danger.
Why would her innocence put her in danger?
She does not realize how cruel life can be. Maybe I was a bad mother to protect her too much. My poor dear Carol.
You have every reason to be cautious, Miss Price. Especially in these difficult times.
Maybe you could talk with her, Dr. Reed. It would be nice to have a man here more often. We would both feel safer.
Goodbye for now, Miss Price.
I hope you can stay a little longer
Man,
It's locked, all right.
it's locked. If your daughter's like hanging out, oh, there are stairs. I was gonna say if she's hanging out in the basement and the door's locked, how can I talk to her? Wait. No, I literally can't. That leads to the sewers. Does she come upstairs anytime? Oh, I can like eavesdrop. From where? I don't see like a place to stand. Oh jeez. Damn it, I missed it. Where the fuck would I go for that? So that just leads into the sewer. Hmm. You're a new person.
Good
too.
evening, sir. May I ask you what you're doing here at this late hour?
I'm conducting an investigation about the epidemic in this part of town.
And who are you, sir?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. May I ask who you are and why all the questions?
I'm Detective Inspector Charles Albright from Scotland Yard. And I don't find your answers convincing. What is a Pembroke doctor doing in the West End at this time of night?
You know, things. Just, you know. I work for the Ascalon Club. Yeah, let's not bring up the secret vampire society.
I'm here on my own, sir. I have no official appointment other than my desire to save lives.
Then we have the same objective, sir. The difference is, to catch my suspects, I use a magnifying glass and handcuffs instead of a microscope.
Yeah, I can loot cash registers, you know, when they're there and they're unlocked. The one in her shop's locked. Probably for obvious reasons. But when we went through, like, that mini-mall or whatever, we took from all of those, businesses, pretty much, from the cash registers.
What are you investigating, exactly?
I have a missing woman, possibly abducted a few nights ago. Louise Teasdale. It seems you already found my other missing person, Mr. Tadao Kimura.
Tell me about Louise
I also
Teasdale.
found Louise.
She's a
so-
waitress. Her father reported her missing. We don't have enough men to search for her, sadly.
Do you have any idea where she could be?
No. But I feel she's been abducted. She went to a pub a few nights ago and vanished. I thought about the sewers, but I'm not equipped for such an investigation.
Well, I already found her, so investigation over. But she won't be back up here in the city until I like rest.
What can you tell me about this district?
I'm the one asking questions, especially when there's a killer on the loose.
What killer?
I'm not going to discuss that with the civilians, sir.
Haven't I told you about the investigation I'm conducting? Perhaps I could help you.
All right, without giving you too much information, I'll tell you this. I'm convinced there's a homicidal maniac on the loose, using the epidemic to disguise his kills.
Oh, okay.
And what about the epidemic?
We both know the situation is critical, don't we, Doctor? Colleagues of mine die almost every day.
Why are you investigating at night?
Criminals rarely act in daylight, you know.
True.
But since you are also a night worker, have you noticed anything strange which requires police attention?
I'd like to report a vampire hunter. He's been bothering me lately. So like how we can talk about Fergal. No, nothing odd.
No, I've noticed nothing odd.
All right. But keep your eyes open, though.
What are you really doing here?
I told you. I'm a detective inspector from Scotland Yard, investigating suspicious cases in the area.
What about the situation in the East End? Why are there no police there to protect the civilians?
I know, it's a shame, but we just don't have enough men to cover the entire city.
Do you work alone?
Yes, the situation is difficult for the police. Many of us are sick, and since the summer strike, most men apply a work to rule on their patrols.
Tell me all you know about that homicidal maniac you're looking for.
I'm not even sure there is only one. The wounds are always the same, but the modus operandi varies. Sometimes violent and brutal, sometimes precise and swift.
How could different killers inflict the same wounds?
That's my main problem. If my theory is correct, maybe we're facing a group of individuals sharing the same violent tendencies. Perhaps a sadist cult.
Why do I have the feeling he's talking about, like, vampires?
Goodbye, Detective Inspector Albright.
Goodbye, Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Probably, yeah. It's, like, similar, like, I'm guessing similar wounds, right? But, like, how they died is slightly different. Okay, now how do I talk to you?
I hope you can stay a little longer.
I think I'm gonna actually look this up, Carolyn. How do I get into your basement? So I can talk to your daughter, who apparently never wants to come upstairs.
Dr. Reed, I am glad.
Oh, hold on, pause. Can eavesdrop on them from the window just outside of the shop. Oh, right here. Okay, but how do I actually get downstairs, though?
Be careful, Carol. You're wasting good food here.
Yes, Mother.
I said be careful, child.
Dude, what the fuck?
Sweetheart, Mummy has been so clumsy again.
No, that's okay. It won't bleed for long.
You're so pale. Are you feeling sick? Do you need to see a doctor?
No, I'm fine.
Dude, she's abusing her
I already
daughter.
saw the doctor last week.
Don't be silly. You must see a doctor. Just don't tell him how clumsy your mummy is, all right? I love you so much, my baby.
I love you too, Mother.
She's one of those, like, fucked up parents that, like, injures their kids on purpose to, like, get attention from, like, doctors and shit. It also goes on about how, like, much they love their kids, and it's like, no, you don't! You want to do this! What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck?
Good evening, Miss Price.
You know you can call me.
Tell me, Carolyn, do you often wound or hurt your daughter by mistake?
No. I always thought it was Carol's clumsiness that caused these incidents. Maybe it's a family trait, Doctor.
You really believe it's just bad luck and being clumsy, then?
Of course, Doctor. What else could it be? I have nothing to hide.
Uh-huh.
Goodbye
Also, I
for
heard the
now,
door
Miss
open.
Price.
Did your daughter finally come upstairs?
Good evening. Dr. Reed.
Good
Hiya.
evening, Miss Price. I'm Dr. Reed. Do you remember me?
Dr. Reed? Yes, of course. You are the doctor who healed me and my mum. Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Good to see you too, Carol. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I did not hurt myself recently. I know how to take care of myself now. I'm almost a grown-up.
I mean, yeah, you're not hurting yourself, but your mom's hurting you, and that's a problem.
Do you enjoy working with your mother?
Oh, yes, Doctor. My mother raised me alone after my father died. We've always lived together, and she has always watched over me.
Do you remember your father?
No, I was just a baby then. My mother always told me how strong and good he was.
Do you ever think about getting married now you're a woman?
Oh no, Dr. Reed.
Yeah, her father
None of
died,
this
that's
is-
us,
I'm still a
yeah.
child who has no idea how tough life can be. No husband would like a clumsy girl like me.
Oh, Carol.
Is it true you often hurt yourself, Carol?
Yes, it's true. I try to behave, I really do. But one way or another, I always end up injured or wounded. I'm so stupid.
Why would you be stupid?
It's like I can't help getting under my mother's feet. That's how I end up being pushed, cut, or burned. You see, I'm a stupid girl, really.
When exactly do these accidents happen?
Ever since I was little.
Oh,
That's
no.
why I need to stay with Mum. I'm not capable of taking care of myself.
Goodbye, Carol.
Good morning. Good
Got stuck on the
evening,
plant.
Good evening.
You know.
Can't ask about the fucked up shit he's doing.
Goodbye. Good evening.
My mum.
Why are you awake at night, Carol?
I am helping my mother in her shop. It's not easy, but I'm a grown-up now.
Why is work not easy? Is something or someone bothering you?
Oh no, most people are gentle with me. But I'm so nervous sometimes. I pay no attention and hurt myself.
Yeah,
Good thing
with
my
the
mum
daughter
went
know
first
anything
aid.
about Dawson, right? I mean, I guess maybe their shop is like right outside of his mansion. So, at the same time, is like a rich tycoon gonna be visiting a small shop? No. So they probably don't know shit. It's like what they probably read in the papers, right? About his factories and stuff, maybe?
Goodbye.
Good morning.
Good evening.
You know.
You are responsible for your daughter's many injuries and scars, Carolyn. You brutalize her, don't you?
How could I abuse my own flesh and blood?
that's what you're
This is
doing.
nonsense. It would be like hurting myself.
You really believe you've done nothing wrong, don't you? How long has this been going on for? I should have seen it when you were my patients.
See what? Child abuse? Are you mad, Dr. Reed? I dedicated my whole life to my precious Carol. She is a part of me.
Yes. Even her name is just a part of yours.
Oh, it's true.
This is a terrible tragedy. Something of an unknown disorder. My God. Abuse that comes from overwhelming love.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. How dare you say something like that? What kind of a monster do you think I am?
I mean, but it's all true.
Speak to me, Carolyn. Why do you behave like this? How does it make you feel to hurt Carol before cajoling her?
I don't know. It makes me feel good to take care of my daughter. I need to feel useful. No one ever takes care of me. I need someone to take care of me.
Do you realize Carol is a person? Not a toy. Not a doll. The poor girl would put her hand in a flame to please you. You are both trapped in this toxic relationship.
Carol and I are perfectly happy. Leave us be.
Doubt.
How stupid I was to believe you could be a suitable husband.
Yeah, no. You keep going like this, you might end up killing your daughter. You're literally a threat. I don't know which one would be like more eye-opening to like tell her.
If no one stops you, you will kill her. You will keep on torturing her out of smothering love until she breaks or you hurt her too much.
How dare you? I carried Carol inside of me for 9 months. You men can't understand the bond between a mother and her child. I could kill for her.
Right, whatever.
Goodbye for now, Miss Price.
Not wrong, though.
Good evening.
My mother...
Dr. Reed.
You need to understand you are in danger, Carol. Your mother is responsible for all your injuries.
That's a lie. She has always taken good care of me. She only gets irritated when I get under her feet. It's my fault. My mum loves me so much.
Yes, Carol. Your mother believes she loves you as much as you're convinced she loves you. But you are both trapped in a toxic relationship that puts you in danger.
What are you saying? That she lied to me all these years? That she wants me to be miserable? My mother has dedicated her life to my safety.
I mean, yes, but also no. It's not safety if she's cutting you with knives.
You have always been in danger, Carol. And I'm afraid the situation will only get worse. Your mother is capable of killing her own daughter.
No. My mum loves me and only wants the best for me. It's my fault if I can never do anything right. She deserved a better girl than me.
Carol, no.
Goodbye, Carol.
Yeah, this game is a minefield of abnormal psychology. Like, jeez. We are missing 3 more people. So the mansion's right there. I'm gonna ignore that and go explore the rest of this part of town. Vampire hunters. way leads to that door that leads to Whitechapel? The one of the shortcuts I haven't opened yet, obviously. Alright, open this. There we go. Is there anything down here? Doesn't look like it. Okay.
Sorry, sir. No admittance. Look at it!
Oh, nope.
This is not very... Beast must die! The power of the Lord commands you! Oh my God!
Okay. Looking around. Oh, I'm guessing this is also part of, like, the Dawson mansion. Hold on. There's like a... I don't know, is this like a building I can reach over here? I don't know if it actually is or not. No, safe house. Guess I could, rest. Try to level up a little bit. Hey! Antidote. Huh. Of all the serums, except apparently at some point we'll be making an antidote. For what? The, like, weird plague going on? What though, yeah. I guess, like, when we reach that point, we'll find out. White phosphorus and sodium hydroxide are what I need. 5 of each. Okay. I'm gonna, like, yeah, my healing and... I need more opium so I can make the blood stuff. Definitely want healing though. Luis has a headache. Do I already have that stuff crafted? I do. Okay. Right. Get some rest, maybe level something. I honestly think I'll probably level, how much is it for Shadow Mist? 4,000? Getting this up would be good. Definitely. And then I would like to do, where is it under? Stamina. Which I guess is, yeah, endurance. Because I do a lot of, like, melee attacks with the sword and stuff. And plus dodging, too. So, that should be good. Anything dramatic change? Nope, still... 2 more people got sick at the docks, that's fine. They're still unhealthy. But otherwise, nothing major outside of that. Okay. Alright. I am going to take a quick bathroom break, and then when I get back, try to see if I can find the last 3 citizens for the West End that I'm missing. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Okay. Back to game. There we go. Welcome back. Oh, thank you. Alright, now to find the last 3 NPCs I'm missing, hopefully. It'd be nice if they were, like, nearby, you know? Actually go out the store so I don't have to deal with enemies. Oh, okay, so there's one.
It's locked.
He's like... Hello. Oh, there's stairs over here. That works. Yeah.
The Fool and the Empress. Again. What are the cards trying to tell us?
Crime of lost knowledge. Usher Taltrey, Primate of St. Paul. Okay. Vampires are dangerous, deadly, vicious sometimes. This is a fact, and I won't deny it. And that's precisely why we must understand what they are. Sometimes who they are, in order to achieve a better mutual understanding. Do you remember the interview with Titus Flavius Josephus, conducted by one of us in 1548 when he finally encountered the creature in Spain? Do you remember how each of the very carefully chosen words expressed by this vampire warmed our heart each time we read them? For they were all extraordinary windows to a past of which we only have glimpses. Well, Titus Flavius Josephus is no more, since the Vatican's hunters destroyed him a few weeks ago. Oh man, not Titus. He had one hell of a name. Like, jeez. And with him vanishes unearthed treasures of knowledge about the pillars of our civilization. This is a crime probably as heartbreaking as the killing of an innocent life by a vampire. This is exactly why the path of the Guard of Prewin is as criminal as it is barren, for each time they successfully conduct one of their methodical hunts on the old vampires of England, instead of carefully and respectfully approaching them, they destroy a part of our common roots with the immortals. They wipe an opportunity. The concept of Great Hunt is a crime, for it blindly kills words and thoughts. I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, vampires, you know, I guess the extremely old ones too, right? Give you a glimpse of like how things used to be. Maybe some insight into things lost to history, more or less, right? The name is Roman all over the page. So you're the leader of the Brothers of St. Paul Stole or whatever that Dr. Swansea talked about.
Empress. Again. What are the cards trying to tell us?
Yeah, and also I guess, you know, psychic.
Jonathan Reed. At last we meet. The cards warned me you would visit tonight.
I beg your pardon, sir. Do I know you?
Of course you do. Our mutual friend, Dr. Swansea, can't speak highly enough of you. My name is Usher. Usher Talltree.
You are the leader of the Brotherhood, are you not?
Primate of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, to be precise. I'm really glad we met tonight. I love it when the cards tell me a truth.
The cards told you to expect me.
Yes, they can tell me everything. They told me that you have not taken another life since your poor sister died.
Yes, I am a doctor. I don't just willy-nilly kill people.
How do you measure the amount of blood on my hands?
I told you. The cards always tell the truth. Well, most of the time.
Is it possible to tell me my future?
A vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
Ooh. Yo, I want to know. Yeah, tell me my future.
All right. Let me hear it.
You're on a path to redemption, Jonathan. But be careful. One single trip and you'll fall.
That doesn't sound promising.
Take this, young Ekon, as a personal reward for your strong will. Keep following the right path and you'll reach safety.
Old blood. Also, that wasn't very much of a fortune. It's like stuff I already kind of know.
May I ask you about the Brotherhood?
Of course. But I must warn you that there are some subjects we consider taboo, in spite of our fondness and acceptance of your kind.
I know there is no love lost between the Guard of Priwen and the Brotherhood. What caused this rift?
It was 1801. The Brotherhood was stronger then, a strength that made them hungry for ever greater power. An argument divided them, and the wound never healed.
What was the nature of the disagreement?
The problem was that both sides considered themselves the legitimate heirs of the original Brotherhood. We divide up the books, the relics, not always fairly or with consideration.
Who founded the Brotherhood?
That's precisely the kind of question I cannot answer. It
Why
is
not?
delicate and may reveal some of our secret traditions.
So you're not just a club of academics and scholars?
Once upon a time, very long ago, the Brotherhood did more than simply study the vampires. They took actions to eliminate the more ferocious and corrupted.
Oh.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood?
I really don't know. I don't often go outside. And when I do, it's usually to quite distant destinations.
So you see nothing in the stars for me? You're a poor fortune teller then?
Oh, I can tell you many things. But they will only concern you, not the city. For example, I know that you offered your sister the final rest she asked for.
Huh. Okay.
Tell me about yourself. What do you do here, besides turning cards in the middle of the night?
I'm for most a charlatan. For a few, I'm a vampire. And for you, I'm the primate of St. Paul's Stole.
Some believe you to be a vampire. Who?
Guard of Priwen, who else? For a time, they sent spies to observe my activities, and they even broke into my home to gather proof.
Did they steal anything from you?
A personal notebook they quickly took to their headquarters. All they had to do is to look at me. I'm aging. What better and definite proof that I'm not an immortal?
Do you want your
That'd be
notebook
true,
back?
yeah.
If you ever find it, I'd be glad to have it back, of course. I do ask one thing, though. Do not read it, Jonathan. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed, even to immortals.
Alright.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander, yet it amuses me to converse with your kind. A red river, a song.
So, I remember this
Whispers
quest
of
from, like, the last time I played
so
this
many
game.
signs
To get the last hint about him, you have to read the journal. But it locks you out of getting the reward he would give you. But there's a workaround to that, where you can get both the hint and the reward. And I'll, talk about that when we, get the journal and bring it back here. Also, well, actually, before I go, you're totally reading it, yeah. I need to know everything. I wanted to check. You're like, I guess not. You were like the, yeah, because you're like a, psychic or whatever. I was wondering if you were the guy that gives me hints on other NPCs.
Can you read the cards for me?
Are you sure you want to know what they will reveal?
Yes, I am.
It will cost you 150 shillings.
I have to pay. I'll pay.
Here is the money.
The glutton. A man who just eats life as a cake. A righteous ego, surprised to fall in love.
Oh, yeah, so he does. He does give me hints for any hints I'm missing for NPCs. Oh, but there are a couple I'm missing. So it's best then that I, like, wait to have him read the cards. So that, Clayton and Christina are the only ones that he could possibly read for. Maybe. Because they're the ones where, like, I still haven't finished the quest relating to them because, it broke and I can't give the scarf to Clayton. And if I give it to Christina, it, blocks out their hints. Paper Mario? Part of one game where you're not supposed to read the Dead Toad's journal. If you do, the ghost toad appears and kills Mario. Wow. Yeah, so, you know, sometimes better not to snoop. It's quests that are called Pandora's Box. Okay.
Goodbye, sir.
I rarely...
I guess I'll wait to have you read cards for me. So there's no way I have... It's like, he said 150, right? Where do I check how much money I have? Oh, top corner, 226. So I'd only be able to have the cards read like one more time. Which does not help me with how many potential hints I could get. Need to get the last one from Charlotte. Stuff from Louise when she should be back in the city because I rested. 2 from Charles, 2 from Clarence, and Venus. 1 for Calhoun, and then the 2 people I haven't found yet. I can wait though. For now, we're gonna go try to get his journal back, which is apparently over in Whitechapel. Alright. So, if I keep going down this road for a while. Hey, well, okay, while I'm here, Whitechapel, who am I missing clues for? Benjamin and Albert. And then Cadigan. Which is probably because they never really, like, talked to these people, these three, all that much. Where's Albert? What was your deal? Right, you want to join the gang. Warbet medication. Yeah. And then what about you?
Mr. How are conditions in Whitechapel at present?
The way this sickness is spreading, I don't...
I'd like talk to you about everything, though.
That's...
I don't...
What?
Well,
in other words...
beg it.
What,
That's...
Mr.
I've... So... To people... What people...
I wonder... You bugged out or something. Because I've literally talked to him about everything, so...
Have you... A man,
Yeah,
so...
more than...
Oh, there we go. Cadigan sees Dorothy Crane's dispensary as a fine thing, so that she keeps his tenants in good health.
Have you heard any...
Not really.
Why am I not convinced?
Maybe it's because you lack faith. Being a skeptic must be useful for a man of science.
Still locked hint. Yeah.
How are conditions...
Wait.
Goodbye, Mr.
Might have to, like, buy the final hint for him, too. Healthy tenants are paying tenants, yeah. That guy.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
Hey, where's Albert at?
How are you?
I'm not your...
Goodbye, young man.
Guess I should also use Vampyr vision in case any of these guys, their clues are linked to eavesdropping.
You look and smell worse than the shit in the gutter, old man.
It's all a bloody joke to you, innit? Stealing drugs from the sick and suffering.
Me? I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
You have a black, bloody heart, boy.
Keep on digging through the rubbish, that's all you're good for.
Someday you'll understand. You've wasted your life away.
A lot of, like, unhappy families in this game. Oh, there we go. There's an eavesdrop. But where? Oh, he goes in there. Fuck. Can I get some from up here? No? Where's the standing point? Oh, shit. Actually, it might be up here. Can I go in this house? Damn it. Oh, yeah. Okay. It was in the house, but like downstairs. I'll have to wait for her to pop up again. So that's how we get one of the clues for you. Then did we... I'm missing a clue for your dad. Yeah. Not the worst, like, family dynamic we've seen, but...
Good evening.
Still pretty bad.
Perhaps you could focus.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just...
A gun?
Okay. I wonder how long it's gonna take for him to, like, wander back there. So outside of you, there'll be only people... Yeah, there'll be, like, the only two left, besides Cat again. Which would be, okay, hold on, I gotta think about. If we get it down to where it's only you three that need clues, then I'll need 450 to buy them all. Assuming each one is like stays at 150. Oh, but Dr. Swansea's missing stuff too. And for Ackroyd. Someone's missing some. One for Dr. Tippett's. Got a few people. I guess I wish the tips weren't like random. when you ask that dude to read the cards. Wish you could pick the person, because that would just make it easier. Because I really only need, or I'm interested in the tips for, what are their names? Christina and Clayton. So then I can finish their quest. Oh, are they gonna argue again? Yeah. Read this person's fortune and make something I don't know. Yeah.
You look and smell worse than the shit in the gutter, old man.
It's all a bloody joke to you, isn't it? Stealing drugs from the sick and suffering.
Me? I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
You have a black, bloody heart, boy.
Keep on digging through the rubbish, that's all you're good for.
Someday you'll understand. You've wasted your life away.
Hey, yeah. Okay, they've been their argument, now they should, like, separate, and you should go back, you'll probably go back to the room over here. Hopefully? Yeah, okay. Yeah, there we go.
Ah, there it is. Harmonil for severe anxiety and nervous disposition. Thanks for nothing, old fart. I'll get a good price for your precious pills.
Ow. I mean, we kinda already knew he stole his father's drugs. That's what their whole argument was about earlier.
How are...
I'm not your...
Why did you try to steal your father's medication?
Why shouldn't I? What has he ever done to earn my respect?
Your father seems to hold quite a grudge against you.
Man's a walking gin bottle. I ain't seen him sober since he got back from the war. But the gun? Now that is a surprise.
It is clear that you have a somewhat contentious relationship with your father.
Oh, really? Nothing clever to say?
He's an alcoholic. That must make life difficult.
Oh, no, it's perfectly fine. No money, no home, no friends to lend a hand. My father should have died in France.
Whoa! Wow.
War can change you. I have seen many men who have lost their wits on the battlefield.
I'm not going to lose any more time with that drunken arse. Me? I prefer to take my chances with the wet boot boys.
Like, joining a gang's gonna be any better.
Why do you want to join a gang, Albert?
Not going to spend the rest of my life sleeping under bridges.
I understand that living in poverty may be a doorway to a life of crime, but you are still young enough.
His dad shot at him,
I'm not a child anymore. I'm old enough to do what needs to be done.
Why not choose a better path, though, than joining a gang?
Surely there is more to you than this. Why not choose a different path? Earn respect through righteous deeds. You will feel better for it.
Don't make me laugh. You don't know shit about me. You never lived in the streets, so keep your fucking advice to yourself.
Oh, okay, calm down.
Goodbye, young man.
Rude as fuck. Still pretty bad, yeah. I mean, he's dead, like, outside of being an alcoholic. He's like, the meds he stole, he has like, what, PTSD? More or less, from the war. So definitely going through a lot. Just doesn't, you know, excuse shooting at his son, but yeah.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Yeah.
Did you know of your son's plans to join the Wet Boot Boys gang?
Barely survived the war, just to come back and see me wife die of the flu, and my son turn into a petty thug.
Right, yeah. How do I don't know what to say in this situation. Kind of your fault, considering, you know, one of the reasons you're living on the streets, but help your son out? I don't know. Be less of a shitty dad.
Protect your son, Benjamin. Don't you see? Whatever your quarrels, his salvation could be yours.
According to him, everything's my fault. We've nothing left to say or to save.
Okay, well.
A gun, alcohol, and a...
Yeah, no good choice when it comes to that. We have all their clues now, though. Yes. Yes. Oh, Dr. Swansea has a new dialogue. I'll have to visit him after I get the journal back. Just like... It's over here, but like... Is it underground? Like in the sewers, maybe? It's like the searcher they're showing me is like in the middle of nowhere, technically on the map. Or is
I will
it...
return later.
Oh, is it inside...
It's locked, all right.
No, I can't even go back inside. I was gonna say, it's not like back in here, is it? Stolen by Crewman agents, so maybe one of these guys drops it?
Roll back to the hell that spawned you!
Oh, well, there's one thing of white phosphorus. I need like 4 more to upgrade the shotgun. Okay, none of you had it. Yeah, right, yeah, so long as, like, he keeps taking his dad's meds, like, his dad's not going to get better to be, like, in a state where, you know, he could get, like, work and they could stop living on the streets. Okay, none of you dropped the notebook. It's pointing me, it's like pretty much where the acting school is. More or less, on the map. So like, do I have to go back in there somehow? Where is... Because I can't go through, like, the way I did, to enter.
I cannot enter.
Door is locked. Hmm. I go in through, like, that one door I exited out of. Wherever that was. Funny, you guys help me drop it? Nope. I've been dragging around the Hedonites are all up and moving around, yeah. Hold on. I think I'm actually gonna look this up. Oh, good thing I looked this up. I cannot do this quest until a later main quest becomes available, which will let me back into the theater. So, right, ignore this for now, I guess. I can go back to the hospital though and talk to Dr. Swansea.
This one's a top! Fuck, it's fast! Murdering bastard!
So I want to keep going this way, right? Yeah, okay.
Best be on your way home. Stupid beast! Filthy fucking beast! Filthy piece of shit!
Hopefully get crafting materials for you guys. Okay, who am I missing info on here at the hospital? Dr. Aykroyd. Who else? Selma, the lady who thinks she's a vampire, right? Swansea. Then Dr. Tibbetts. Oh, also, anyone's sick here? Yes. Pippa and Newton.
Good evening. Do you for you good?
There we go. Then do I still have stuff for cold? Anyway, okay.
Good evening, Doctor. What will you do after?
I always fancied visiting Cyprus.
Okay, not from that. Hint. Okay, so I'm missing stuff
Goodbye,
about
Dr.
you.
Tibbetts.
And I can't get yet.
Good evening. Wise choice.
Thelma! You want to talk about vampires?
Good evening. Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Right. Okay. Actually, plan to make him a vampire?
You plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else?
I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
Right.
Who are you really, Miss Howe?
Is that not enough for you, puny?
I'm curious to know who you...
No, it's such a long time ago, I don't remember.
I'm assuming you must be a peg.
It's only a cover. To hide from...
Hide from your enemies, huh?
Who are these enemies?
I cannot say for sure.
This...
I'm not...
I see.
Thank you.
New investigation.
I'll leave you.
Find out who is spying on Thoma. Oh. Oh, okay. Didn't know you had a quest.
Disgust on every streetcar.
Good day.
Do you... Not... Goodbye.
The vampire hunters really this bad at their job? I guess, yeah. Yeah, they are. Okay, who else? Right, it's not you, it's the other doctor guy. I'm missing a hint for you.
It seems we cannot... I don't know what you've...
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
I saved lives, good sir, most likely.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
But... The thing about accusations, though, is, like... You need evidence to kind of, like, back some of the shit up. Otherwise, it's no different than, like, gossip. Like, you're mad at me for my techniques, but they did indeed save lives.
If you...
Dr. Swansea has imposed your...
I know we've never met before.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Doc.
There is no need for such...
That is one point we could agree...
Thank you. Good evening. Tell me, Thoreau, what's...
He refuses to admit that your blood transfusion technique is the only way to save Mr. Fiddick.
What Dr. Ackroyd really said is...
It's a false conceit. Dr. Ackroyd...
I want to know about these secrets.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just...
Self-confidence is essential in...
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed.
Don't you think we have...
Chasing shadows, really?
Did you know Dr. Ackroyd never...
Really? I didn't suspect he...
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself.
See how condescending he can be?
Alright, yeah, you two don't like each other, got it. Why is
Tell
this
me,
one
what
still
is it,
like?
in fact? Goodbye.
It's like so
Dr.
white, like not fully grayed out, even though I chose all the options.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Ellen. As for me, what a blundering idiot. Will you... Outside, Dr. Reed, I know that Pembroke will prevail and survive this epidemic.
Alright, yeah, okay. I guess I'll talk to Dr. Swansea in a moment. For that. Some more snooping. Maybe.
It's locked.
Checking for like any notes or anything. I do not see any. No, I can also get that water. I can water this plant.
Done.
What news, Jonathan? I've heard you've now joined the vampire elite of London.
Yeah, sort of.
So it's Elizabeth now. My. Things are moving quickly. I turn my back for a moment and away you go.
How's the situation at the Pembroke?
We're still holding out. Question is, for how long? What we really need is hope, Jonathan. Hope for a better tomorrow.
Have you seen Lady Ashbury recently?
Yes, she popped in yesterday. Told me about your new friends in the West End.
Just a courtesy visit, then?
Yes. And no. She was en route to the docks, I think. Following a lead concerning your maker.
Right, yeah.
I may have found the source of the contagion. Doris Fletcher, the actress. Thankfully, in the end, she was destroyed by fire.
Really? Oh, please, do tell me more.
Doris was a heavily mutated skull. Almost a new breed entirely. It's as if the disease had completely altered her mind and body. Highly contagious.
As if the disease had taken control of her will?
Yes. Once a beautiful and brilliant woman, she became motivated by hate alone.
Oh, she was a beauty. I met her when she visited the hospital to cheer up the sick. Too bad the fire destroyed her. But it was probably for the best.
Right, yeah.
Have you heard of similar cases?
No, I don't think so. Except, perhaps, it reminds me of an old report from the Brotherhood. Well, more an article, really.
What was it about?
The author, a friar, referred to a rare form of contagion in a skull he observed during the Black Death. The carrier was always female. They called them Icors.
Right, yeah, so Doris was one then. Always female, spread disease.
I'll come back later. Thank you, Edgar.
Always a pleasure to see you, my friend.
Black Death. Oh. So does, like, one of them pop up, like, every time there's, like, an epidemic then?
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Yeah. Second plague pandemic had reoccurrences for almost 500 years. Sorry, I'm just wandering the hospital, make sure I'm not, like, missing any notes or anything anywhere. Sometimes, clues about the NPCs are tied to notes. That's not anything, I guess.
So many deaths. And still more coming. Good evening, sir. How can we be sure we're making it?
This hospital seems to be falling apart. But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I never could keep anything from her.
And I already checked these rooms, right? Yeah.
Spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient slave.
Okay, I didn't see anything inside. I wonder about, like, outside. In any of the tents, maybe. This also gives me a chance to, like, collect crafting stuff, too.
Good. According...
That's not true. I know...
I don't see what your gender...
Yes, nurse. Because...
Right.
Have you...
To have the right to study.
Tell me, nurse.
I suspected this behavior for some...
Why would he confess to...
Don't you know you doctors can't hide anything?
Do you consider yourselves...
I wouldn't dare, Dr. Reed.
What can I say?
And for hide.
Do you...
Of course I don't.
And what if he does?
Then we'll have to convince.
Something, because we're missing Clue and Dr. Tibbetts.
How are
like,
things?
they're connected, so I was wondering if she would,
Do you think...
We are all...
bring it up.
And...
Sorry, Doc.
I'm not...
Brilliant profession.
Most of them.
It would be inappropriate.
Is there...
Well...
Why should his age...
I guess it's fair to say he's all...
Oh, there we go. He's ousting himself and refuses to stop working, right? Yeah, we already kind of knew that. He's taking drugs to stay awake. So, stuff on Dr. Swansea, and then... Aykroyd and, Vampire Lady. Which I believe, for Swansea, I, like, already missed one of the, hints about him. Because, early on in the game, after Mary's funeral, I was supposed to be able to talk to him about family. But it never came up. Like, I never saw the option to do so. So, I don't know if it's like, you know, a game glitch or like... I talked to him a bit too late in the chapter or something, but, that, first hint there, basically. The number 1, because I have the second one. I may have to unlock through, what's his name? Usher. Reading the cards.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
So, like, this general... Oh, it's this area over here. There's, like, a little alleyway I can go down. Over here. No. Wow, there he is. Level 7. I was supposed to do this quest like way earlier. What does this say? 25th October. Guard appearing command post, blah blah blah. 3 days ago, one of our new recruits heard a rumor about the presence of a female vampire hiding in the Pembroke Hospital. All we have is her first name, Thelma. Her mission is to discreetly go there and observe any suspicious activity concerning said leech, then report directly back to us, and we will decide what action should be taken. They really investigating her to see if she's an actual vampire. Amazing. Man, they really are bad at their job. Well, she says she's one, so she obviously is, in fact, 100% a vampire. Wait, there's more? Oh, there is more. Find the local command post. Okay. Well, I thought I was done. I guess not. Gonna go and deal with more vampire hunters. Inside? What am I stuck on? Jeez, the corner?
Die!
Great hunt, hail to our fallen comrades. Really, it's just that. It's just a letter praising guards who fell hunting vampires during the Great Hunt. Report about Pembroke. Sir, having observed the Pembroke Hospital for 2 weeks now, we can confirm vampire activity there. First, we now have proof of the presence of a female leech inside the hospital. The beast is clever. She acts like a mental patient to hide her true unholy condition. Oh no. They're dumb. Vampire hunters are dumb. I personally sneaked inside the hospital and heard the creature whining about her need for blood since her body is decaying. But it gets worse. The administrator of the Pembroke Hospital is Dr. Swansea. According to our team leader, Amanda Tilton, who died yesterday in a fight against a skull by the canal, he may be a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. If that's true, then there may be something big going on at the Pembroke. Maybe an nest of vampires. Practiced by those bloody traitors of the stole. We don't know what to do, but we are convinced you better come quickly with reinforcements and heavy gear. It's like, my dudes, she is in fact a mental patient. She's not a real vampire. I'm sorry. She just thinks she is. They were right about Dr. Swansea being a member of the Brotherhood, though. That's about it. It's the only thing they got right. We intercepted in a timely manner, yeah. Days later. Like, a day passes every time we rest. How many times have we rested? Also, a couple days passed, like, in-game for, like, I think it was after the docks incident, like, because we were doing research. So we say, like, I don't know, maybe a week or two has passed. Whoops.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor.
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
Well... Did we say it's like a misunderstanding? Yeah, that's what it technically is. A misunderstanding.
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature, but they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind. Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
A few days past before fighting me or two, true.
I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
So she witnessed a real vampire. And basically, you know, was like, oh, all the problems I'm having must mean vampire too. Like, yeah, definitely delusional. How do I respond? How am I supposed to respond to that? I guess you could be in danger? I don't know. You know nothing about vampires.
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
Alright, yeah.
I'll leave you.
Well, you know, I guess at least we got our last clue. So I'm really just missing... Ackroyd. Right? Yeah. Ackroyd and Swansea, which all of Swansea's clues are tied to, like, chapters. The game chapters, basically. And I already missed one in chapter 3, so I'm gonna have to talk to Usher to unlock it. What one am I missing for Ackroyd? Oh, whoops. Gonna jumped over. Yeah, she's also not a vampire yet. She believes with, like, you know, all of her heart, though, that she is. Let's see. What clue am I missing about you? So, okay, apparently the clue I'm missing for him is tied to a note that was in Dr. Swansea's office. And, I wonder if, like, I have it and just didn't read it somehow. Probably be, like, on the first page. It's titled A Note to Dr. Swansea, so... Oh fuck, it broke. Why did the menus break? Because now I can't go back to the other page. What the fuck? Game, why? Longwater, Dr. Strickland. Here it is. There we go. Yeah, apparently I just did not read that. Somehow. I guess I picked it up, but never fully read it. So what's it say? Dear Edgar, this note is not for the Pembroke administrator, but for my old friend. It's a short discussion 2 days ago concerning a possible promotion of the esteemed Waverly Ackroyd as the new chief surgeon at Pembroke. I find concluded that it wouldn't currently be in the best interests of the facility. Don't misunderstand me here. I'm convinced that Ackroyd is a very competent physician. I may even admit that he deserves a promotion, but not now. Not while we all struggle to keep the epidemic at bay. For now, we need a clear hierarchical organization, and we must avoid the inevitable frustrated egos caused by such a promotion. So, like, after the epidemic, he would have been promoted. Okay. There we go. So that should be everyone at Pembroke. Nice. It's missing a letter in this phone book of info they give you, yeah. I guess I picked it up and, like, either I missed hitting the prompt to, like, show it on screen right away, or it just didn't give me the prompt to hit select and read it for whatever reason. Because, yeah, 2 pages of, like, notes, more or less. I made a couple of keys thrown in there, here and there, but mostly notes. Okay. So we got that. There are a few people sick at the docks, so I might stop by there real quick. And a few people missing clues for there as well.
I met him in New York once.
If only there were more of us. Less resignation.
There's one of them! Watch yourselves! This is no place for you.
Well, I already know who's gonna win. The hunters are like level 24. Quite a large fight going on over here. Okay.
Best turn around if I were you. It's a leech! Fall back here! Fuck, it's fast! Cannot! He's dead! Bloody leech!
Okay, now who here is sick and who am I missing info on? Booth has a cold. Oh wait, speaking of, hold on. Actually, wait, is the safe house inside here? I think it is. Need to go to the safe house real quick to see about making medicine, probably. I need, let's see, too cold and then fatigue medicine. There we go. And then, yeah, do that. Anything to break down. Or blood. Or blood or damage, rather. So 5 points. Damage. And then you're maxed. Waiting on, right. Rating you more. Okay. We know it's right there. Where is Booth at?
Keeping things straight, these parts will be running completely amok.
There he is.
Heartens me to know.
Do you...
Yeah.
Good.
Hey, am I missing info on anyone over on this side? Enid and Martin are over by the Night Asylum. So are you. I believe. And then you guys too. No, Archer's over here, apparently. Okay.
Good evening.
And I...
Do you need my...
Archer. I haven't really talked to you all that much. Let's see.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
People used to feel safe around here. They had the gangs protecting them. Now all they do is bicker and plot against one another.
Right.
And what about the gangs?
Back in my day, people trusted the Wet Boot Boys. We looked out for the docks and its families. Nowadays, they're just a bunch of greedy fuckers.
You were a gang member?
I was their leader for a time, believe it or not. Now these bastards act like I'm nothing. Not one of them. They owe me some damn respect.
Missing the good old days, are you not?
Trust me, son. The longer you live, the less meaning your existence will have. You need to remember the days you still had beliefs.
If you were such a respected figure, surely you have many interesting stories about this part of town.
You bet I do, but make no mistake. I'm no rat, sir. Some secrets are best left buried.
Okay.
I'm sure a district as colorful as the docks must have plenty of stories about strange visitors and creepy characters.
So, you want me to talk about the sewer dog, don't you?
If you don't mind.
The sewer dog is a bitch. Appropriately named. An old woman dressed in rags. She has an elegance, though. Despite her ugliness. I saw her once. Scared the life out of me.
Wait. So wait, is the sewer dog Old Bridget? Then a woman dressed in rags, but has an elegance about her.
Tell me everything you know about the Guard of Priwen.
Andrew never told me what they do. I do know they're vigilantes with military training. Access to some impressive firepower.
And what is your personal
Oh
opinion
right,
about
yeah,
the
his
Guard?
son went to join
This
the
Guard of
Guard of
Priwen
Prion.
is just another
Vampire
gang
hunters.
preying on the young and naive. Preying on people like my boy. I know how it works. I invented it.
Right, yeah. His son died joining them, basically. Well, that's all your clues. So now it's just like everyone on the other side of the docks. Just 4 people. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Goodbye, sir.
Oh. Not expecting to see one of you in here. Oh! Okay, now who over here sick? Rodney. It is Wednesday, yeah. got you guys to talk to you.
You again.
I'm missing one for Giselle.
Giselle, I know you sleep at Shornhampton's shop.
He provided a roof for me and my sister.
Why is that?
He's always sad. Like he's about to cry.
Right, yeah.
Well,
Okay. John still seems to be doing good, so that's nice.
Come now, look. Glad.
Missing 2 clothes for you.
Lottie,
Giselle killed her. Plain and...
that's quite a statement.
Mother was very ill. But I forgave Giselle. What I couldn't stand was how she cried at her funeral like she was the one left alone.
Perhaps your sister is not
I know that, and I don't blame her.
Giselle is the only...
Sometimes words are hard.
Right, okay.
Goodbye, Miss...
Trying to look around, make sure I'm not, you know, missing anything.
It's locked. I cannot enter.
See anything. Okay, what about outside?
Perhaps Sean knows something about him.
Oh! Yeah, change color. Eavesdropping. Where at though? Is it gonna be like right outside the store, or? Oh, it's upstairs. Damn it. Go, go, go. Go. There we go. Woo!
For Christ's sake, get
I
a
didn't know
grip.
what they were arguing
Look at
about
yourself.
though.
It's quite hard to do without a mirror. Can I borrow yours? Oh wait, we don't have a house.
Yes, we're poor, but there is work to do. Honest money waiting to be earned.
I had honest work before I was fired by those fascist pigs, remember? So let me drink in peace.
You were fired for the bottle, not for your political opinions.
Oh.
When will you realise that?
Maybe I do drink too much. And maybe it did cost me my job. But the struggle is real, and don't you dare undermine it.
So, lost her job because she's an alcoholic, most likely. Oh, a letter. Miss Paxton, I recently heard that, Hampton shelter for months and money of support, blah blah blah. Something being threatened by the gang, the Wet Boot Boys. Needs to help the Wet Boot Boys despite their threats. Alright, okay.
Glad to see you again.
Lottie, tell me about the Wet Boot Boys. I know they've threatened you.
Edwina Cox wanted me to provide her with information about Mr. Hampton's resources. I refused.
Is that not dangerous?
Fuck them and their lies. They claim they protect the interests of the neighborhood, but they are just greedy parasites like all the rest.
Right. Well, you know what? Good for you for not falling to the gang's threats or whatever.
I respect your courage, Miss Paxton, and I hope life will never wear you down.
Dr. Reed, you know how to make a girl blush. I am glad you came to the docks, whatever your real reasons are.
Why do you and your sister Giselle have such opposing views, Lottie?
Giselle whines she lost her job due to her unionist activities, which started her drinking. Truth is, she got fired because she's an alcoholic.
Right.
Perhaps your sister's addiction to alcohol is the result of her despair, but not the cause.
Perhaps you're right. But I'm tired of her playing the outraged and martyred social fighter while I earn money for both of us.
Don't you think she wants to get better?
I believe she knows her alcoholism is a worry to me. And that's another reason why she continues to drink so much.
Right, yeah. An inane cycle.
And you don't share your sister's views.
On the contrary, I totally believe that workers need to unite to fight. I just disagree with Giselle's hatred for all wealth and riches.
What do you mean?
I don't believe that you were an automatic arsehole because you were born into a good family.
True, yeah. I'm still
Goodbye.
missing one about you. Somehow. Alright, look it up real quick. Look up. Lottie. Let's see. I swear, if it's like another like note I somehow missed, I'm gonna be upset. No, apparently it's because something to talk to you about with Giselle. Which, where did she go? Outside again? Where'd she go? No, she hadn't fully left yet. Giselle?
Yeah, people are still working.
Tell me what...
She recently fell under the sad saint's influence. Like she's an angel, and I'm the bad.
Lottie sees herself...
These days, Lottie feels compelled to help people.
It sounds like you may be jealous of your sister.
Of course I am. It's me who fought for our family.
Alright, okay.
Well...
There we go. Is that everyone? No, it's these two people. Enid and, Martin.
Lost your horse, Governor? Or are you just out of your mind?
Well, besides those two, which... where are they at? They're in... here. Oh, so it's Rundy. Right.
Are you...
Do you...
Death.
Well... Goodbye.
Talk to?
Good evening, young man.
There's no need to call me that, Dr. Reed.
I see two clues for you. You know what? I'm just gonna for these last two people. Just look it up right away. Martin, what's your deal? So, what clues do we have? So one through talking to you and the other one through eavesdropping. Okay. Which I guess I have to eavesdrop to get the other clue about you.
Goodbye.
Alright. I guess I'm just hanging out until that happens. Question is like where I would have to stand for eavesdrop. I guess up here? This looks like down into her house. So that's like the only way to see in there. How long do I have to wait until, you know, the thing happens where you go off and I can, spy? Because they'll be the last ones I need clues for, and then the remaining ones I'm missing. Once he's out, the first one I'll have to buy. Let's get everyone else at the hospital. You two I definitely have to buy, because your quest is bugged. Cadigan's... Hold on. Cadigan's last clue I'm missing may also be bugged, or it's again tied to like some note I missed somehow. if the, you know, pages would stop breaking so I could, look at them properly. It'd be nice. Let's see. Another nurse crane. Vampyr, right? Sorry, I'm just gonna like look through all of these to see. Ashbury invitation, warning leaflet. No, nothing. That's the case, that's like, how many clues to buy? 1, 2, 3, 4? Because these people I could probably get from, I mean, I haven't fully explored the West End, obviously, I'm missing 2 people, so... At the most, 4 clues I have to get. So I need like 600 shillings, or whatever the currency is.
Good evening. Sure.
Come on, Martin, I need you to go in the house, talk to Enid. Sometime soon, please. I hate that he keeps walking back and forth. No, stop. Yeah, definitely not so I can snoop. No, no. I would never. He just walks back and forth. No. No.
I know I've got something that'll strike your fancy.
Can I like talk to you to get you to like, I don't know, do something?
Nicky? Oh, this.
Can't talk about this. Talk to you about all this.
Good.
Maybe talking to Enid. Well, I don't know, do something.
Good evening, Miss Gilligan.
Of course. So,
Tell me, Enid.
I know I'm a burden to my Jack.
This is not your doing, Miss...
Of course I don't, Doctor.
Miss Gillingham, why did you give Martin Nightingale the watch I returned to you?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I suppose I thought he needed a watch more than I did. I have no reason to really keep track of time anymore.
Wait. Her son's watch I brought back to her she gave away?
But it was your son's watch, Miss Gillingham.
It was, wasn't it? I'm relieved you found it. Besides, it's more useful to him anyway.
Oh, how much you want to bet she gave it to him because she mistook him for her son? She does have that, problem. She mistakes people for others because she kept calling us Dr. Tippets.
Why don't you...
I've spent my entire... I've never heard that.
Goodbye, Miss Gillingham.
Maybe now, talking about that, something will happen. So that seemed important. She's gonna lose yours too? No, I didn't hand over my watch. I'm keeping that. I've even kept from like selling it so far. Including the one that, you know, Jonathan's dad sent him on that fucking quest to find. Oh, you want to learn why I disappeared? You gotta follow all my hints to find my notes. Then, you know, oh, I left something for you in a safe, and it was just a watch. That's it, and a watch. It's like, I already have one. I mean, it didn't give me like any hint prompts or anything. Can I talk to you about
Good
it?
evening. Show me...
Small pocket watch with engraved name and partially hidden by dried blood. Can we just buy the watch off of him and like give it back? That'd be funny. Wanted you to be a watchmaker, yeah. Well, I know I'm trying to save money for like buying hints, but I'll buy the watch back. I want to see what happens.
I know I've got something that'll strike your fancy. If not, I'll find you something.
Just like give it back to Enid, and it's like, can you please like not get rid of this a second time?
Please, sir.
Martin, why aren't you going into the house? trying to look to, like, see. There are, like, you know, ways to speed up the process of them going to the spots where you can spy. So far, I haven't found anything. It's just like, if you sit here and wait long enough, and it's like, yeah, but how long? Because he walks back and forth between the same two spots, like, constantly. Oh, there we go. It's like, the game heard me complaining.
I'm sorry to say, but you haven't yet paid me for the clock I brought you last time.
The clock? Oh, yes. I found a broken clock in the living room and I couldn't remember where it came from.
You broke it? Ah, that is unfortunate. It was such a beautiful piece of work.
Really? Oh, I'm so clumsy these days. I'm so sorry. How much was it?
This will be enough. I can't make you pay the whole price if it's broken.
That's so kind of you. I'm going to make some tea now.
He's extorting this woman because he knows she has memory problems.
Until the next time you forget it, you old bat.
What the fuck? You sketchy bastard. No, stop. I need to talk to you.
Good evening.
There's no...
It's time to confess, Martin. You've exploited Miss Gillingham's weakness to your own advantage, have you not?
All I've done is smile at her and be kind to her. I've done no other harm than giving her what she needed. This is no crime.
You're taking her money!
You really are convinced you did nothing wrong. Young man, you are a fascinating case of shameless selfishness.
You can blame my folks for that. They taught me never to expect nothing from anyone except lies.
So it's bad parenting then? How convenient. Where are your parents?
6 feet under, I suppose. When the flu had weakened my father enough for him to be too weak to punch me, I figured it was time to run away.
Does every NPC in this game has some shady secret they're concealing? Yeah, I mean, it feels like it. That was your last clue.
Goodbye.
Yeah, they're either hiding something, you know, their hints because they're a bad person, or it's information, like, they would rather not have people know. Like, I think of Sean's, right? I mean, it's information, all the hints we got about him were from other people, but the fact he was an orphan and then, like, molested by a priest. Yeah. Old lady has a serial killer for her son, yeah, that stuff. So it's either, like, tragic stuff about their past or, like, information about them being, like, sketchy, like, shady people that do bad things. But, you know, we got all the information I, like, can get from everyone outside of, you know, I have a couple more people to talk to in, like, the West End. But I don't have to worry about all the other zones outside of that now, finally. I will have to buy some of the clues from Usher. Don't make you regret destroying districts, yeah. Well, I guess they give you, like, this game gives you very good reasons why you might want to, like, feed on and, like, kill off some of the NPCs, right? Like, for instance, Booth and Edwina, they run a gang. Like, that stuff. Seymour being a serial killer, right? Stella, you could, like, she's an old woman. There's not much you can do about how her son is. It's not her fault he kills people. Like, the only reason she hides it is because, like, well, she tells anyone what she do. She loses her only child. It's like Rufus, you know, just kind of has, like, a sad, tragic past. He's not a bad person. He just got dealt a shit hand in life. So I could see, like, killing off, like, Booth and maybe Edwina, killing off Seymour for sure, because he's a serial killer. Martin, because he's sketchy. Dyson was an anarchist. He did bomb a building and, like, killed 2 people, but it was, like, accidental. And he's already kind of killing himself with how much he drinks. Right? Archer, I mean, what was his deal? Archer used to lead the Wet Boot Boys, but, like, that's all in the past. So, hit or miss and, like, killing him. Sabrina and Tom are, like, pretty chill people. Like, Tom went to jail for attempted murder, but he didn't actually ever kill anyone. I mean, he's kind of turned his life around since then. Ichabod's only crime is he thinks he's a vampire hunter when he's not. Rodney killed a member of the gang, like a gang member, because they were racist. So, you know, he's probably fine to, like, let live. And then Lottie and Giselle, you know, Giselle's only problem is she's an alcoholic. And she's rude. So, yeah, like, the game, you know, it's pretty good about, like, making you like and, like, hate characters based on, like, what you learn about them. Giving you, like, reasons to try different, like, playstyles. Like, I'm doing, like, a no, you know, killing human NPCs run right now, but, you know, could definitely see one where, like, you only take out, the really bad people, so, like, Seymour, because he's a serial killer and so on. And then, like, a run where, you know, you get rid of everyone. So, like, highly replayable in that sense. Yeah, Ichabod's dumb, not evil. It's like the same as, like, he thinks he's a genuine vampire hunter, just like Thelma believes she's an actual vampire. They're not doing anything wrong. They're just delusional. Okay, so I'm back in West End. I'm missing stuff about Clarence. Which I wonder if I have anything new to talk to you about, since I talked to your wife.
Tell me what you have discovered about vampires, Clarence.
They've
always been here.
Yeah.
And if you search for long enough, you realize others know about these devils too.
Have you shared your research?
No. But I've published...
Yeah, your leaflets. Yeah, I've found a
What do you
few.
mean you're not
The Guard of Prewin.
Have you spoken with it?
No.
Are you asking me to help you prove?
Yes, Johnny.
Oh, that led to investigation. Help you prove the existence of vampires, huh? Just like, just mention that you are one, casually.
Clarence, why have you...
I have to warn everybody about...
vampires in London?
I'm not mad, Jonathan.
Sure, I believe you about vampires in London.
Clarence, you've always been a reliable and a good friend to me. If you say you saw a vampire, then I believe you.
Thank you, Johnny.
It's all right. But if you want my...
The first time it was in Rouen. I saw an officer drink the blood of a soldier. I saw its teeth. Saw it bite. It was a vampire, Johnny, and they're here too.
So, a vampire killing a victim while serving in France.
Do you realize you are ruining your family, Clarence?
Money isn't important.
I can't believe I'm telling you this.
Don't you think I tried?
People will laugh at you.
I understand my wife's embarrassment.
Right, does not care that he's, like, ruining his family. Spending all their money on pamphlets about vampires. Also, apparently I already got the documents you wanted, somehow.
These are the documents you wanted me to look for.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
I'm not sure you can consider this material.
First, I'm going to show them to Venus.
Clarence, tell me about the vamp.
I was enjoying my leave in Rouen.
But you were drunk, weren't you?
Please don't insult me.
Did you ever see that officer again?
No. Or the you.
Vampire soldier. Huh.
You need...
Yeah, Venus doesn't care about vampires. What she cares about is the fact that he's spending all their money on his pursuit of vampires. Like, you're gonna eventually end up losing your house, my dude. Yeah, the last thing she wanted to see are the documents he's gotten, right? What about Charlotte, too? Oh, why is the game loading? What happened? Oh god. The game break? This feels like it's breaking.
Good evening, Miss Ashby.
Oh no.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed.
It's like the quest thing kept flashing, and like there was a loading screen when there shouldn't have been. I was really concerned.
Why do you still hope to become a vampire, in spite of your mother's refusal?
It's the immortal aspect of vampires that interests me. The world won't improve unless women take charge. I'm convinced of that.
You're obviously a clever woman with a good education and a brilliant future. But have you thought about the price you'd have to pay? The loneliness, the necessary masquerade.
Is it not true of every high position? To change this world and make it a better place, one needs time on one's side.
I mean, I guess. That was also your final clue, apparently.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
Okay. So there's Louise, which we haven't talked to since we, like, saved her in the sewers. So, find her. Charles... Usher's is tied to his, diary, which can't get yet. We need to do, more of the main quest stuff. Calhoun. Right, you're right, the food dude. Oh. Louise
Good
is
evening,
right here.
Miss Teasdale. How have you been since you returned home?
Dr. Reed. Oh, thank God you returned safely from these awful streets. I was so worried about my father that I left without thanking you properly.
Please don't mention it, miss.
Good. I found him, you know. My dad. Or what was left of him. I think my abductor intended to do the same thing to me.
Do you need my medical attention, miss?
I don't need your help specifically. I can
Yeah, here we go anyway.
Tell me what you really think about your father's sacrifice to save you.
I'm proud he went after me. I forgive him all his harsh words, all his bloody attitudes. I only wish I could tell him how much I loved him.
Yes. It can be traumatic, not having the chance to say goodbye to those we love.
Yes, Doctor. And there's no treatment for that type of pain, isn't that right? That may be the last thing my father taught me.
Louise, what can you tell me about the vampire who captured you?
The little fucker claimed he'd fallen in love with me. That he wanted to spend eternity with me. Not a bad idea. At least that's the way it seemed at first.
Really? Did you consider accepting his proposal?
Well, immortality. Not a common wedding gift, is it?
True.
I think he just wanted to have his way with me. Can vampires even fuck, Doctor?
What? Well,
She said it
I
so
really can't
bluntly.
answer that. Well, since they are creatures of blood, physically speaking, I suppose an erection is possible, but I...
Don't be embarrassed, Dr. Reed. I was just asking.
Look, she was just outright. Can vampires fuck? That's only if, like, she got pregnant, though. How that plays out. The bad part.
Goodbye, Miss Teasdale. And be careful. Until we meet again.
These leaflets were telling the truth. Nobody takes him seriously.
Were condoms invented yet? Good question. I don't know. Why is there suddenly loading screens when I talk to certain people? Is the game mad at me?
Good evening, Dr. Reed. A great night, what?
Calhoun, tell me about your relationship with Doris Fletcher.
Oh, Doris. Cold fire and burning ice trapped in a perfect body. Our passion was as intense as it was brief. What an actress.
What?
You sound surprisingly sad. Have you regrets?
I think of her
I also, whenever the
I'm glad I was
thing
able to
loads talking to
but I
NPCs, I
regret
can't
could
skip
only get a
dialogue
bite of
anymore.
her mystery.
It like breaks.
You really loved her then?
She fascinated me, Dr. Reed. I can't imagine what she must have endured through her life to reach such a level of emotion and sensibility.
So, did you try the restaurant I recommended?
Oh, yes. I can't thank you enough, my dear doctor. Exquisite, but expensive. But
Condoms
what is
existed, but
money
they may
made
have been
for?
illegal in places. That's interesting. How the fuck? Making it a form of, like, protection against, you know, especially, like, sexually transmitted diseases, right? Illegal. It's kind of fucked up.
Don't you think your money could be better spent in these difficult times?
Your words hurt, Doctor. I thought you and I were friends. But since you ask, I'm rich enough to finance my passions. And various charities across the city.
Perhaps my words were too harsh. Please forgive me if I've upset you.
Oh, no harm done. After I
Arcade
die,
Bleak, mostly because
all
the
my
church
fortune
frowned
will
upon
go to
things
the
like
suffering
that.
people of the East End.
Yeah, that makes sense
Until
now.
then, I aspire to live the
Yeah.
most pleasant life possible.
Goodbye, Mr. Russell. I'm sure you'll take care of yourself.
Clarence, we talked to Carolina. Where is... God, I keep forgetting. Where is Clarence's house? Where does Venus live? It was somewhere nearby, right? Is it this one? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Just like looking around because, like, you know, there's a lot to their house. A lot of windows and stuff, so I'm wondering if, one of the things I'm missing about them is, like, spying. Which I guess I can look that up real quick. Let's see. Venus. Oh, yep. Here it is. This is why I, like, opened up the wiki, you know?
You give me no other choice, Clarence. Yes, my love, it's a new tea I bought. Not too bitter for your taste, I hope.
Bruh, is she poisoning her husband?
Your tea, my love. Drink it to the last drop. And shut your damn trap for good.
Damn. It's because he's spending all your money, isn't it? Because he's gone crazy.
Hello, Venus.
More or
Hello,
less.
Jonathan. Click.
You're always welcome here. But what did...
Why are you poisoning your husband?
He has spent a fortune printing his bloody papers. I can't stand this nightmare anymore. We are the butt of everyone's jokes since he returned.
If you're so frustrated by Clarence's behavior, why don't you just leave him?
I have already lost the best years of my life because of him. I will not jeopardize my future for some lunatic. He goes, and I inherit what's left.
Ooh, okay. That was the best man at your wedding. Venus, you can't go around, like, killing your husband.
I cannot let you kill your husband, Venus. This madness is more insane than his obsession.
What are you going to do? Report me to the police? I did my research too, Dr. Reed. The substance I use is undetectable.
Don't press your luck.
And did you see Clarence's state of mind? What would become of him if left alone?
I don't know. He either proves vampires are real, joins the guard of Prewin, or gets murdered by a vampire. Probably. Eyes are always loading now. What is this? Game Y. Are you struggling that hard? I just want to investigate things. I like snooping and
Good
gossip.
evening, Are you alright?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
It's like every time it's like a loading before like talking to NPCs, I can't skip through the dialogue.
Venus is poisoning you, Clarence. She wants you dead.
So she really hates me that much now. My poor wife. I had no idea my research would drive her to such extremes.
I'm sorry, Clarence.
Why would you tell me that? First you returned from the dead, and now you tell me my wife is trying to murder me.
I thought you would like to know. So you know you don't die?
So you have no suspicions about her at all? Nothing in Venus's behavior has seemed odd since you returned.
Frankly, it's my behavior that's been odd. Ever since I got back from the war, she accuses me of being paranoid and delusional.
I mean, yeah, for good reason.
You're a stupid bastard, but you're my friend, Clarence. And I don't have many left. I don't want you to die. Not like that.
But I love her. I love my wife. Did I make her suffer that much? Have I become such a burden?
Dude, all you gotta do is like stop spending your money on like the vampire
You
hunting
need some
activities.
rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Like that's it. Like if you want to spread the word of vampires and like investigate or whatever, do it without putting like your house and like the ability to buy groceries and all that shit like at risk. So that's most of you guys. There are two people I still don't know about. They're probably over by the mansion, I would assume. Somewhere.
These were telling the truth all along. Nobody takes them seriously.
Right, of course she's gonna like agree with Clarence, 'cause, you know, she was abducted by a vampire.
It's always been your house, then.
Yeah, that vampire was a creep, true. And he's dead now, so... Really got nothing to worry about anymore. Hopefully.
Steady! Filthy fucking bitch! You lost!
Alright. I'm almost back to the mansion. I don't think like where the last two people I'm missing could like possibly be.
I'd step back, sir.
Yes, hold on. Let me look at... I'll just look it up. I mean, I've looked up plenty of stuff up to this point. Let's see. Okay, so Vampyr West End citizens. Who am I missing? Okay, one of them I'm missing is named Heracles, apparently. Sits in front of Temple Church. You're in the front of the church. Okay. The church.
It's locked.
Right. This is the church, yeah? Think so. Maybe? Usher's down below. I'm just gonna assume this is, you know, the church. Yes, alright. Yep, here they are. Wow. Okay, apparently I just never walked up here.
Good evening, sir. I am Dr. Jonathan Reed. Do you need my help?
Yes, please. Would you be kind enough to tell me what the time is?
That's all you need to know.
Well, is it not important to know? As important as where you are? Or who you are?
I suppose you're right. And who are you then, sir?
I am Agamemnon Baker. Like my brother, I think we need to leave this city immediately. And my brother and I rarely agree on anything.
Okay.
May I ask what you're doing outside at this hour of night?
I don't know. You should ask my brother instead. It was his idea in the first place.
You must have your own ideas.
From what I have managed to understand, I guess we're supposed to wait here. Waiting for someone to come.
Wait, what? Why?
Who are you waiting for exactly?
The more I think about it, the more I believe it's not exactly a person we are waiting for.
But what else could it be then?
I don't know. A feeling? An event? An impulse? How can I tell? Something that would allow us to leave this trap.
I am so confused.
I'm afraid I'm not following you. What kind of trap are you talking about?
Have you ever felt like life trapped you in a role that does not fit you? That you are not in your place? That sort of trap.
Trap? And you think leaving London will free you?
At least it will give us the chance to be free. That's more than our present situation. Hope, Doctor. Hope is what truly drives mankind.
Right, yeah.
May I ask why you've not gone already?
I believe fear is holding us back. My brother would have...
Okay.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's the only place I've considered myself happy.
Why is that?
Because I'm not feeling happy here anymore.
I don't know. Weird question.
What kind of question?
The truth. And I believe you just did it, actually.
What can you tell me about your brother?
He's older than me. I think.
I think.
But the important thing is
You
that
don't
I
actually
really
know.
hope I'll die before him. Grief would just kill me, you know?
Is that all?
Pericles is very attached to this city, and without my insistence, he would never leave this place. We don't often agree on anything, you see.
You two are, very
Goodbye
strange.
for now, Mr. Baker. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I be of assistance?
Dr. Reed? Dr. Reed?
Is there anything wrong?
No, it's just... Your name sounds familiar. And your face. Have we met before?
I think I would remember. So I suppose the answer is no.
That's odd. I'm certain I've already heard of you. My name is Pericles Baker. Does that mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not, sir. But it's a pleasure to meet you anyway.
The pleasure is mine, I guess. I only wish I could remember when it was that we met.
I'm so confused.
Who are you waiting for? I'm sure he has a name.
I really can't answer that question, since I don't know that person.
And why is that?
This person is mostly my brother's acquaintance. I don't even know his real name. Only that this man could help us leave this city once and for all.
But why would you need this person's help to leave London anyway?
Well, I thought we should have left this cursed place already, but my brother convinced me to stay a while longer, and here we are.
That's not what your brother said. Your brother said you were fond of the city and didn't really want to leave. Was this like a thought experiment or something? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what is going on right now with these two.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Baker.
We are waiting. Waiting for...
And why are you waiting?
Because we need to leave this city.
Why do you want to leave the city?
I'm not really...
Can you tell me?
As you like asking questions so much.
Please.
Do you like this city?
Do I like this city? I don't know.
I don't know. I was born and raised in...
You didn't answer my questions.
And what do you do, sir?
I stopped working when I decided to leave. When I realized what I wanted. Wanted something this city can't provide.
Okay, but what was your job?
But what were you doing before you took this decision?
Does it really matter anymore? Considering the past seems so pointless to me. I have lived in this city all...
Tell me more about...
I just...
Don't belong here anymore. You guys are so confusing.
Pericles, tell me why your brother disagrees with your presence here.
Agamemnon is... naive
Naive?
At least you both have the same...
But is that not a common problem for all mortals?
What can you tell me about your brother?
If you are searching for a pleasant chat, you should speak with him instead of wasting your time with me. He's always...
That's it?
For the time being, true kindness...
Oh, okay.
Goodbye.
Right. You two are very weird. I still have your wiki up. Let's see.
There is something strange and incoherent about everything. So much violence around us, but still, I don't feel afraid.
One of the clues for both of you involves eavesdropping. Yep, there we go. Where do you guys go? Where do I stand to, like, listen in, though? Right here. Okay.
We should be far from town already. All right. But where would we go? Anywhere. Anywhere that isn't here. And what is that, by the way? A safer place? A less strange place? And where would that be? Life is strange. And we are alive.
Why are you guys so weird?
For now, yes. But for how long? If we decided to flee, we should be far from town already. All right. But where would we go?
You're arguing about the same two things. What? You guys are so weird.
Good evening. How long have you been waiting for this man?
Sometimes I feel as though I've been waiting for him for ages. Perhaps it is my role in life to wait for him. Not a pleasant thought.
It could be dangerous for you.
That's quite true. But what other...
Very strange man.
Mr. Baker, I have met many strange...
Really? I don't feel particularly odd or weird. All I want to do is leave. What's wrong with that?
Why are you...
What would be the point of going before meeting the man, as he's going to help us leave?
Okay, I don't understand. But, you know, you guys, you do you. You be weird, I guess. Okay, then, like, what's the clues left? I looked it up real quick. One of the clues about Dawson involves talking to Carolyn, actually.
Good evening. Do you know Aloysius Dawson?
Everybody knows him. He's only been to my shop once, though, looking for rare books and other intriguing antiques.
Did he buy something from you?
No, he left quickly. He almost laughed at my goods. Mr. Dawson may be a rich man, but you can't buy good manners.
But isn't Aloysius Dawson known for his philanthropy?
That was before his brother Robert died in an aeroplane crash. Since then, the remaining twin has turned into a heartless tycoon.
Oh.
Goodbye for now.
So he wasn't always heartless.
I am glad.
Like, something changed after his brother died. Okay. And then another clue about Dawson involves, talking to Usher. But, you know, of course, I should have seen ahead of time, because he, you know, is the psychic who seems to know everything.
A red. Good evening.
Is there anything you could tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
Aloysius Dawson. Yes, of course. We met on several occasions. With time, he got deeper and deeper into the occult.
He's not the only one. It's been quite the fashion for several decades. The Golden Dawn, for instance, is just one example.
True. Aloysius was a member of the Golden Dawn until 1900. Then his thirst for dark knowledge grew. I'm talking forbidden texts, readings which blackened his heart.
Ah. Okay.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander, yet it amuses me to converse with your kind.
Right, yeah.
Song in the dark.
So that's everything about Dawson. So, the only clue I'm really missing are, like, a few things about Charles and then Luis.
Whispers of a song.
I'll hold off on, like, you know, buying, like, hints and stuff like that until, like, I've gotten as many as possible. Since, you know, it chooses who it gives me hints about at random. Where'd the marker go? It disappeared. Enter Dawson's mansion, right, yeah, but, my waypoints are gone. Oh god. The game's just, like, slowly breaking on me. Wonder, hold on, I'm gonna try real quick. I'm gonna go to the main menu and see if that fixes things a little bit. You got confused by those guys too, right? Yeah. No, the quest marker is still gone for some reason. Huh. Well, I guess I just gotta figure out. I think the entrance to his mansion is like up front here. Maybe? That's the church. Or is it over here? Over here.
It's one of them. Black demon.
Ow.
Away with you.
There we go. Is this the mansion? It looks like it. I'm gonna assume yes.
Dawson's mansion. Here I am at last. But the question remains. Am I ready to make a dying man my progeny?
The answer is no. We're gonna do what Lady Ashbury said and, not, you know, turn him into a vampire. Is he in here, or is he upstairs? He's in there. Okay, well I'm gonna snoop before going to talk to him. Also, you know, the markers are back. My little quest markers, so I guess going in his house just, like, fixed it. Newspaper article. Execution of John Francis Sparrow. John Francis Sparrow, 21, has been hung this morning in the prison of Pentonville. Mr. Sparrow was sentenced to death after being found guilty of the murder of his sister Alexandra Sparrow. Till the end, the man claimed he was innocent. No formal proof of his presence at the crime scene was ever brought to the court, but he has been sentenced to death and executed anyway. Yeah, that's fucked. Scotland Yard refused to reopen the case despite the many holes in the chains of events, which ended with the death of Miss Sparrow. Charles Albright, who conducted the inquiry for Scotland Yard, refused to answer any of our questions. But 3 weeks ago, he was demoted without any official explanation. Yeah, probably because he got an innocent man hung. A strange way to reward an efficient inquiry.
Reduced in rank for falsely accusing a man of murder. I wonder what Inspector Albright thinks about his punishment.
Yeah, So, you're a shady cop. Got it. Yeah, apparently they can just do that. What other secrets can I find in this house? Any notes on, like,
It's locked, all right.
vampires or anything? I think it grabbed everything.
It's locked.
Right. Okay.
Finally, you're here, Dr. Reed. What took you so long?
I had to pass several of your barricades and outposts to access your mansion, sir.
Death, pestilence surround us, and time is against me.
I see you've gathered some of the most expensive, albeit experimental, blood transfusion equipment available. All this could be so useful in a hospital.
Yes, yes. Since Lord Redgrave sent me a doctor to perform my conversion, I thought you might find some of these devices useful.
Most thoughtful. But tonight I'm not here as a physician.
But I feel reassured that a specialist such as yourself would help me to escape the Reaper.
Very well. But before I proceed, I have a few questions for you.
If you must, but be quick, for I don't have much time left in this life.
First of all, I need to be sure that you know exactly what is going to happen to you, sir.
I can assure you I'm as informed as any man can be. I have planned for this moment, Dr. Reed. Planned very carefully.
We can still talk about it for a while.
So I'm going to end your life. Do you not wish to discuss the procedure for even a minute?
I don't have a minute to indulge in idle chatter. I can't feel my legs. And the cold. So cold.
What do you know about the Guard of Priwen?
What I do know is that I'll crush anyone or anything that would dare to oppose me.
Oh, so yeah, literally will become a tyrant.
You'll need to feed on warm blood. Blood from mortals. How do you feel about that?
I'm rich, Dr. Reed, and powerful. I'm sure I'll be able to acquire all the blood I need without ever having to sully my own hands.
Ugh. Yeah, definitely do not want to turn you into a vampire.
I will become your maker. Do you understand what that means?
Well, I certainly won't consider you my liege, or some such drivel. You can be assured of that.
Let's move on, then.
Please, I'm cold and tired. I feel my life waning with every moment.
But first, before you embrace immortality, what would you do with such a gift?
That's a rather impertinent question, Dr. Reed. And I will do as I please.
Answer me all the same. What will your first action be as an immortal?
To save London. I will finance the most efficient quarantine ever seen. I will build a wall that will separate the sick boroughs from the healthy ones.
You really plan to build a quarantine wall across London?
Yes, it will be tall and strong, separating the wheat from the chaff.
Ugh.
Let me guess. You mean to isolate the rich?
You murder.
This is a desperate measure for desperate times. England must prevail, Doctor, no matter the cost.
Yeah, no.
I've heard enough. It's time to proceed.
At last. All right, do what you have to do. If it hurts, so be it. I've been preparing such a long time for this.
We can make him not want to be a vampire anymore. 2,000 experience? So if you want to know the consequences of like all of these choices, embracing him, obviously he dies. You know, don't feel bad about that. But everyone in like the West End gets sick for whatever reason. They all get sick. And then of course the Ascalon Club gets mad at us. Turning him, you know, Ascalon Club still likes us. Everyone gets sick in West End. I don't know why. I guess building a fucking wall to create quarantine zones is probably a bad idea. So maybe it has to do with that. I don't know. So the best option is actually charming him. Making him, forget wanting to become a vampire, basically. The Ascalon Club's gonna get pissed at us, but, you know, we don't have to turn a fucking tyrant into an immortal, and people don't get sick. So yeah. Plus, you know, Lady Ashbury did tell us that it would be a bad idea to make him an immortal, so best option. I don't kill somebody, he doesn't become immortal, nothing bad happens, really. I'm okay with the Ascalon Club hating us.
Listen to me, Aloysius Dawson. You will forget your fear of dying, for it has poisoned your mind and made you bitter and ruthless since the death of your twin brother.
You don't understand. Death is oblivion, the eternal void. I know there's nothing there. I saw it in Robert's empty eyes. I saw myself in that coffin.
Death is painful for those who remain, not for those who have passed. All that occult gibberish you filled your head with has made you forget this simple truth.
No! Death will not claim me. I have the power and the money. I've acquired the arcane knowledge needed. I believe there is magic, there are dark forces. You will provide me my extension.
Your ignorance makes you a fool. You have no idea. Look at me. Hunted like a beast, my family lost, cursed. I have not escaped death, I have become it.
No, there must be a way. I don't want to go like my brother did. I have money, lots of money.
Money won't ease your mind. I know you used to be a good and generous man. So I offer you the gift of peace, Aloysius. The tranquility of a true death.
I accept your offer. And I understand. No more fear, I will die a man of dignity. And a man at peace.
Yes, excellent.
It's locked, all right.
Oh. You're not gonna be happy with my choice, but then again, I don't care.
Is it done, Dr. Reed? Is Aloysius Dawson reborn as expected?
I'm afraid Mr. Dawson finally chose to embrace life and death as a mortal.
What do you mean?
He has overcome his fear of dying. I let him rest and wait for death to come.
What? This is unacceptable. Go back there and make him the powerful Ekon he's destined to be.
No,
how about
Lord
no?
Redgrave. As a doctor and as an immortal, I can't. If you wish to make him your progeny, then proceed on your own.
Oh, but you can't, can you?
Beyond words. This is betrayal, pure and simple. I should kill you on the spot. You swore on William Marshall's blood.
Well, get rid of me then.
Yeah, fight me.
From now on, you're an outcast. Banished. You are forbidden to ever appear in front of us again. Ascalon will smite you on sight, and your heart will be thrown to the rats.
I'll leave you then. Have fun with your puppets and shadow plays, Lord Redgrave.
Yes, go, traitor, and take that awful creature, that counterfeit of a woman I saw waiting for you, and be gone!
I made the right choice. Old Bridget? Why are you here? Also, isn't it dangerous for you to be here as a skull?
We meet again at the strangest of times, young Ekon. So do you serve the Earl of Bristol now?
Old Bridget, what are you doing here?
Your friend, the wise Ekon.
She sent me to warn you.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
She came to us in the sewers in search of answers. Just as you did.
Ah.
What kind of answers did you give her?
I knew nothing of your maker, but we talked. We talked a lot. Her words and ideas are captivating. It is no surprise that you like her. I like her too.
Right, yeah.
Lady Ashbury? You know her? Tell me what's going on.
The lady approached me but a few nights ago, wanting to meet the sewer skulls. Once she questioned Harriet Jones. She agreed to help us.
Harriet Jones is still with you then? How is she doing?
Harriet remains angry, but is recovering slowly. Her mind is twisted, but at least her body is healing.
Tell me what is going on.
The lady asked us to keep an eye on your mortal doctor friend while you were away. We spotted the hunters. They were discussing plans to attack tonight.
They're going after Dr. Swansea? At the hospital?
Wait, slow down. I need to ask you something.
I'm listening, but I do not have time to waste, so be quick.
Okay, none of those sound worthwhile to ask.
No time to lose then. I must go there right away.
I shall return to my den. Have you a message for the lady? Should I see her before you?
Do we do it? Do we finally confess our love after all this flirting with Lady Ashbury? You know what? Yeah, let's do it.
Yes. Tell her I love her.
Is this still unknown to her? Go now and take care, young Ekon, for the flames are rising.
Shut up! Even if she does know that I love her, it's still nice to hear. God, Bridget. Trying to be romantic. Okay, but, oh look, I can actually go talk to her before going to save Dr. Swansea. But yeah, I think with that, all of that drama, I'll leave things here. You know, end things on a little... It's not really a cliffhanger. End things before we go save Swansea. He's in trouble. So, yeah. Things are getting really dramatic in this game. A lot of stuff happening. So, thank you guys for watching and hanging out on stream. I always appreciate it. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow for more Vampyr. Have a good rest of the night, everyone.